Recording in progress.
Okay, get started here. Good morning, everyone. Before we get started off with I-5, I'm going to have Deputy Director Burton lay out what's going to happen today. We finish early, and any other announcements. Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. Just a quick summary here. So we did move up I-6 yesterday, so that's been dispatched. And looking at the balance of today, we do have a rather light schedule, although I'm sure I just ruined it for us. We will be taking up I-5, followed by I-7, and then I-8, each of which is a fairly lengthy issue, but there is a chance that we will dispatch with those before close of business. And so we'll be looking at moving up another agenda item potentially from tomorrow up to today. So I'll keep you apprised of that. If that looks like a possibility. Other than that, I do not have any other further remarks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Oh, Lieutenant Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Question on items that wouldn't be moved up would be looking at HMS or administrative items. And I asked specifically because the ODFW HMS person doesn't fly in until this evening.
I appreciate that note. We're currently looking at some administrative matters. I'm looking in particular at moving up some fiscal matters from yesterday or from tomorrow to today.
Thank you. That's what I suspected, but I appreciate the clarification just for some planning. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, I'll turn to Marlene to get us started on I-5.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and good morning, members of the council. This is agenda item I-5 on stock definitions for species assessed in 2025 and 2027 preliminary preferred alternative. A proposed amendment to the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan concerns the appropriate definition of stocks to be assessed in 2025 and potentially assessed in 2027. In June of 2024, the council adopted a purpose and need statement for the proposed amendment and a range of alternative stock definitions for this action. Subsequently, an analytical document was developed for the range of alternatives and was completed and provided to you as attachment 1. At this meeting, the council is scheduled to consider the findings of that range of alternative analysis, refine the range as appropriate, and select your preliminary preferred alternative stock definitions. The council is scheduled to adopt a final preferred alternatives at the November 2024 council meeting. Your reference materials for this item include the analytical document as attachment 1, and you also have advisory body reports provided by the SSC and the GMT for this item. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Marlene on her overview? Okay. Seeing none, with that, we'll go to Dr. Jason Schauffer in the SSC report.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I will be rating agenda item I5A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Definitions for Species Assessed in 2025 and 2027, Preliminary Preferred Alternative. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed a report entitled Range of Alternative Analysis for Proposed Amendments to the Pacific Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. The report outlines a range of alternative stock definitions and includes a literature review of the groundfish species under consideration. The SSC finds the analysis to be robust and recommends it for use by the Council. The SSC appreciates that report authors took into account its previous recommendations by adding indicators of the quality of information available, updated information about yellow-eye rockfish movement, and information about trends in survey abundance where available. Also, the new summary of literature on best scientific practices for stock delineation in Appendix 1 provides a good basis for the Phase 2 process that the Council is undertaking in agenda item I-8. Yellow-eye rockfish is the only species for which there is more than one alternative present in the report. The SSC agrees with the report's summary of the information available for yellow-eye rockfish. There is insufficient scientific support to warrant stock structure finer than coast-wide at this time. Relatively long larval durations and preliminary evidence for broad-scale movements of adults promote population connectivity. The SSC supports the only alternative proposed for yellowtail rockfish, delineating two stocks separated at Cape Mendocino, California. Genetic differences and different habitat preferences north and south of Cape Mendocino and evidence of spatial variation and life history traits provide scientific support for stock structure consistent with Alternative 3. Scientific information supports the coast-wide alternative for widow rockfish and chili pepper rockfish, though densities of chili pepper rockfish are negligible off Washington. Widow rockfish may exhibit spatial variation in life history traits, but long larval durations and spatially synchronous recruitment may promote high degree of population connectivity. There is insufficient scientific information to assess stock structure for English sole, red-banded rockfish, and rough-eyed black-spotted rockfish at this time. As the SSC has previously stated, the lack of scientific evidence for stock structure does not necessarily reflect evidence for a single coast-wide stock. Stock definitions should be revisited as new information becomes available. Given the potential for assessing red-banded rockfish in 2027, the SSC recommends it remain on the list of stocks for which stock definitions are finalized under this proposed amendment. And that concludes the SSC statement. I would be happy to answer any questions that come up.
Very good. Questions for Dr. Schauffer on the SSC report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next up will be James Phillips in the GMT report. Welcome, James.
Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is James Phillips from Groundfish Management Team. And I will be reading for you the GMT report on stock definitions for species assessed in 2025 and 2027 preliminary preferred alternatives. The Groundfish Management Team recommends as preliminary preferred alternative stock definitions shown as bold text in Table 1 below, based on the current analysis that describes relevant and available information to determine a stock definition for these stocks. Current management and the resulting socioeconomic impacts of species with only one proposed alternative would remain unchanged. Table 1 shows our recommendations with bold, showing the GMT recommendation. The no action alternative would not achieve the mandates of the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act and there is not a feasible alternative. Therefore, a minimum stock areas for all species must be defined for stocks to be assessed in 2025. English sole and chili pepper, red-banded, rough-eye, black-spotted, and yellowtail and widow rockfishes are only considered under a single alternative. Under alternative 1, English sole and chili pepper, red-banded, rough-eye, black-spotted, and widow rockfishes would be defined as coastwide stock. Yellowtail rockfish would be defined as 2 stocks north and south of 4010 north latitude. Under alternative 3, yellow eye rockfish is considered under alternative 1 coastwide and alternative 2 for stocks north and south of 42 north latitude. The remainder of the report goes into the GMT's rationale for each individual species, the spirit of council efficiencies. I will not read that specifically, but if you have any questions about those, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, James. Questions on the GMT report? Okay, not that I see any. Thanks, James. Okay, that concludes our reports. I believe there's 0 public comments signed up. Okay, confirmation here up at the tower. Yeah. And we have it, which takes us then to council action. So moving right along. And that is before us. So with that, I'll open the floor up for discussion. Caroline McKnight.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just one quick question that I've asked this before when we've come to this particular type of item where we're doing a stock definition or making a stock definition decision for those species that are going to be assessed. Nothing that we do under this particular agenda item would preclude us from making a different decision under our upcoming agenda item for phase 2 in the future if necessary, correct? And I think that question might be either to council staff or possibly NIMS.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. Yes and no, right? Throughout this process of stock definitions, we're clear to note that stock definitions can change over time with new information. I think the council should really think through if there's something on this list in 2025 or 2027 to be defined that right now you're not sure how you would approach it under phase 2, right? This action, you're going to make a decision about a stock in need of conservation and management that will make it more challenging, absent new information, in a subsequent action that's happening quickly to make a different determination. So it's really a nuanced decision, and it's based on the details that you're trying to do. So it doesn't bind you, but I would think through the council's ability to make a clear decision that is in need of stock in need of conservation and management. That's what we're doing by defining it. And then to try to undo that, the record that you'll need to build about why you would make a different decision very quickly in the near term future. So that's my answer to you.
Thank you, Keely. Caroline?
Yeah, thank you, Keely. That is very helpful. And I think I had the list specifically in front of my face specific to complexes and how we're structuring complex discussion under phase 2. But that does help. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? Then Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pettinger. The table that's in the system and that we're working from, I do note that red-banded rockfish is still on that table, even though we chose to remove it from the list for 2025 assessments in our action yesterday. I believe that's okay to have it on the list. It helps. We're sort of getting a jump on it for 2027. Is that correct? Same thing with English sole. English sole is not on our list to be assessed in 2025, but it is in 2027. So process-wise, is it okay to have those 2 species as part of this action at the moment? And that may be a question for NIMS.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. Yes, you can certainly keep things on the list. I think the way that this particular agenda item is set up is for stocks that we know are going to be assessed in 2025. And I think we all know the 2027 list is what we think, but the council will have an opportunity to change that list. We need to define all of our stocks. And so if you are ready to do so for those that aren't going to be assessed until 2027, you're saving yourself work under phase two. The converse is true. If you weren't ready to make those 2027 decisions and preferred to save it for phase two, that certainly is on the table as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. That helps.
Thank you, Lynn. Knew that question was going to come up, so I'm glad you took care of it early. So very good. All right. Anyone else? Does anyone have a motion? I mean, no discussion. I mean, oh, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am prepared with a motion if that would help move some discussion along.
Well, from my point of view, it would, because I'm not seeing any hands. So please proceed.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the preliminary preferred alternative stock definitions for species bolded in Table 1 in Agenda Item I-5A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, September 2024, and remove Alternative 2 for yellow eye rockfish from further consideration.
Okay. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Okay, look for a second. Second by Lynn Mattis. Thank you, Lynn. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And I just think that the highlights here are that, MSA requires us to make these stock definitions. These particular species are being pulled out and singled out as on our assessment list upcoming. I just want to note that both the GMT and the SSC and the staff all were in agreement here. The literature review and research reflects that these alternatives are the best information to reflect stock definition. I will just speak quickly to the yellow eye rockfish. I appreciate the SSC's report really honing in that there's no evidence to support further considering splitting the yellow eye rockfish stock at a smaller than coastwide definition. So there's no reason to continue that workload at this time. I'll also note that in the absence of no definitive information for English sole and red banded, that and also being in the situation where we need to define the stock, that coastwide is the best information we have right now for those two. But at some other point in time under phase two, if more information comes forward indicating differently, we could certainly readdress those two species. With that, I will conclude. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Caroline. Questions on the motion? Okay. Discussion on the motion? I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Well, we're getting closer to a 4.5 day meeting here, looks like to me. Executive Director Burton. All right. Well, great work, everyone. And with that, I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was quite efficient there. We're going to move on to pull up my screen here. Got some seat changes here, so I will pause for a minute. Before we get started here, Caroline McKnight, I see your hand up. Did you have a question? Thank you. All right, thank you. I think everybody's plugged in and ready to go here. So on this agenda item, I-7, I will turn it over to Jesse Dorpinghouse for an overview. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. This is agenda item I-7, the Trawl Catch Share Program Intersector Allocation Reviews Scoping. So I'll have a presentation here, and then that'll cover kind of the introductory, and then you have a GMT and a gap report, as well as some public comment to hear. And okay, so just to get everyone kind of on the same timeline on how we got here, we completed the last catch share review in November of 2017. And at that time, the council specified a 6-year cycle for future reviews to start on even numbered years. And while we had a kickoff meeting back in September of 2022 to begin discussing the scope and hearings, staff capacity working on gear switching continued to delay our action. We, the council had a couple of different meetings and adopted a preliminary set of hearing locations. We did a check-in and process review in September 2023. But finally, as you're aware, in April of 2024, we finally completed our gear switching action. So we're now able to fully begin the catch share review process, as well as the intersector allocation review. In terms of your council action for today, we're looking for you to provide guidance on a proposed scope and outline for the Trawl Catch Share review, including priority areas of focus as needed, as well as provide guidance on the scope and review of the intersector allocation review. We're looking for guidance on the proposed hearing locations and for you to adopt hearing officers. We're looking to adopt proposed COP 27 changes for public review and provide any further guidance on the process. In terms of the documents that were in your advanced briefing book, so each one of these corresponds with our 4 actions today. You have the annotated outline for the Trawl Catch Share review as attachment 1, the intersector allocation review draft as attachment 2, a proposed set of hearing locations attachment 3, and the red line of COP 27 in attachment 4. As well as I mentioned, there is the GMT and gap report for you to consider. So I'm going to take these in order and first start out with the Trawl Catch Share review, which is attachment 1. So here I outline the document structure for the catch share review. There are 5 different sections, and you'll note if you were around the first time we did the catch share review, if you'd seen the first program review, we're really trying to be more streamlined in our approach than that original review. So this is kind of a similar structure in which we did the LE fixed gear tier program review. So I'm going to go into detail on section 1 and 2 a little bit more in detail, but I did want to flag that sections 3 through 5 will be finalized at the June or September council meeting when we are proposing to come back with the final draft document. For section 3, these are our research and data needs. It currently contains results from the 2017 review. And so in June of 2025, we would be looking for the GAP and GMT and SSC to help develop a new set of research and data needs. And we are planning on bringing back a status of the 2017 review research and data needs next time. Section 4 would be the findings of the review. Council analysts and contractors would summarize what they believe are the most significant results of the review there. And then section 5 would be your recommendations to be informed by all of the advisory bodies and the GMT and the GAP. So first off, for the introduction, Section 1.1.2 is kind of what we're considering our depth of focus of our review. As I previously mentioned, the first trawl catch share review included an in-depth focus on conditions in the fisheries that changed after initial implementation of the program. We're proposing that this review focus more on how program performance might have changed since the period covered by the first review. Because of the significant changes to the catch share program have not been as substantial as the change from pre-catch share management, less information we think is needed for this second review. Section 1.3 reviews all the council recommendations from the 2017 review, and I'll note that most of these recommendations have been implemented. Section 1.4 reviews the management actions taken since the period covered by the last review. Did want to flag that the last review in terms of data covered that ended in 2015 for the EDC and WICOP programs. So this review would really start with 2016 data. EDC and WICOP data will be available for this review. Oh, excuse me. EDC data will be through 2022, and we might be able to use the WICOP data through 2023 as that recently became available. Note that depending with this kind of data lag, some recently implemented actions will not be fully covered by the current review, such as the electronic monitoring action. However, since we've had EFPs for the EM program, some of those effects should be able to be reflected in that 2022 and earlier data and whatever we're able to account for in 2023 data. So section 2 is our program performance review, and where we're really going to see the bulk of the information provided in the review. And within that is section 2.1 is the evaluation of goals and objectives. So in the document, table 5 lists the compilations of the goals and objectives of the catch share program from Amendment 20, and it cross-references that with the national standards. And for each of the sections that you'll see with the goals and objectives, there's a text box that lists out the relevant goals and objectives that will be covered in that section in the national standards. While we are going for a more streamlined approach in this review, most topics that we covered in the last review would be included, just kind of scaled back. And as we did with the 2017 review, a determination of cause and effect would likely require more in-depth study than we can cover in a general review document and the timeline that we are proposing. But we are thinking that the information outlined could provide indicators of places a future more in-depth study might be warranted, particularly where a more certain understanding of cause and effect is desired. Now, I do want to flag here that as a part of the NIMS review guidance, policy guidance, it is recommended that the council evaluate whether the program's goals and objectives are still appropriate. Our proposed plan is to evaluate the goals and objectives as they stand with the program performance. And then if the council wants to consider revising those goals and objectives, staff is recommending that we would take that up under a follow-on action process. And so here is a list of the main subsections of the performance review. As I noted, you will see that each subsection relates to a particular set of goals and objectives from Amendment 20. I wanted to highlight that section 2.1.9 on impact indicators related to recent actions or high priority issues is where we have a potential list of recent actions or high priority issues where we could dig into during the review on the impact of action on program performance. Some examples that are listed here include the Pacific whiting utilization action and the catch share follow-on rule from the last review, which included things like post-season trading and quota pounds. For the remainder of section 2, unless further section 2.2 through 2.11, we are thinking that these sections won't require as much work as section 2.1 unless you request something more in depth. Particularly, we're thinking with respect to accumulation limits, which you will hear a bit more from the GAP and GMT on that, which is section 2.6. Unless further direction is provided by the council, we are considering the materials in 2.2 through 2.5, 2.9, 2.10 to be considered complete. These sections cover allocations, which will be more completely examined more completely in the intersector allocation review, the eligibility to own quota, quota transferability, catch and sustainability, duration of the program, and auction and royalties. Section 2.7 on cost recovery and cost control. We also wanted to flag may be enhanced by the results of the cost project that you finalized yesterday under agenda item I3. And now here's where I do want to flag that we're really looking for some suggestions if there are places where you want us to dig into. So those priority issues. Based on the timeline we're proposing, this is your one chance to really raise those issues so that we can do the analysis on those questions. And then if things arise, be able to take up those issues in a follow-on action. And going back to the accumulation limits, one key area of focus that we are wanting to kind of get your feedback on is on those accumulation limits. Right now, as a first step, the plan is to look at the degrees of aggregation of harvest and quota share and compare those to the current aggregation limits. And so the comparison is expected to help the council whether a more in-depth look is needed. And so if the results of the review come out and you may want to consider a follow-on action, then to kind of dig into that further to avoid slowing down the review process. And finally, section 2.12. This contains a couple of ideas where there are special topics for emphasis. Right now we have in here the Trawl RCA removal and the discontinuance of the social science survey. Now, these issues aren't part of the catch share program in particular, but they do have impacts to the trawl fishery, so the RCA, and you can, there's kind of a tie-in as well with the catch share program likely being able, allowed us to open up the trawl RCA. And then, or the review or other management actions. So the science survey that was completed for the first catch share review that is not planning to happen this time around, but there are some very voluntary surveys that might allow us to fill in some information to capture those social impacts. So these are just some broad brush questions to, help you consider your thoughts and guidance for the catch share review. Again, I've pointed out accumulation limits, elements from the cost project to be further developed. Are there other priority areas to consider? Or where you would like us to expand. This is by no means a full list, but just some things to help stimulate your discussion based on things that we've heard through discussions with the advisory bodies. And I might pause there to cover a review on the catch share program and then move forward with the intersector allocation program, if that sounds okay.
That sounds good. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on this first segment here, the Trawl catch share program. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And Jesse, maybe this is a question you could think about and for council discussion if you don't have an answer off the top of your head. But you mentioned that one source of analysis was the consultant report on costs. I'm also thinking of the extensive analysis produced for gear switching that I know you're very familiar with. And then Aaron Steiner, for example, brought up the NOAA tech memos on quota leasing and things like that. Can you, and again, maybe if you think about it and speak to it in council discussion, but I'm curious about how you plan on taking the information from those sources and applying it here to this review, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles. My first reaction is that, we have, like you said, all this, we have the cost project, we have lots of great EDC tech memos. We obviously did a lot with gear switching to kind of, I think, help us tee us up for this review. So my hope would be that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here and we can use the information that we already have at hand to help start to, answer some questions that are out there regarding how the trawl fishery is performing in response to like the goals and objectives of the program. So I do, I think it's outlined in the document, which Dr. Seeger actually helped us developed. So want to give a nod to him. But I think we would be using all those sources in developing the review.
Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Jesse, for your presentation. And I just to add to what Mr. Niles raised, it strikes me, particularly looking at some of the language on page 18, that the biology, the stock management, this isn't really a huge focus. It's really going to be a big lift on the socioeconomic front. And I also note from page 47 that there are data gaps in order to truly analyze the impacts. Yes, the studies from Steiner will be important, and the study we heard about from the consultants, but it looks like there's even some data collection involved. Does that look feasible? And thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, my hope was that actually on that section on the data needs identified from the last review, we were going to try to kind of put in a status update of where those data needs were at. Couldn't quite get there because some of the answers weren't as simple as I hoped. But I will say that, you know, some of these data needs have been filled through the issuance of the quota shareholder. We now have ownership information on the CP sector. So we have actually filled some of those data gaps since the last program review. I know that I've been in talks with the permits branch and the Science Center staff on some of these other items. And so we're hoping that similar to the research and data needs, we would bring back a status of those items when we come back next June on where they stand. But we have filled in some of these gaps definitely since the last review.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Yes, you can proceed, Jesse.
Great. So next will be the Intersector Allocation Review, and this is attachment 2 in your briefing book. So similarly to the catch share review, there's a NIMS policy directive that outlines considerations for evaluating intersector allocations, and specifically when reviewing and making allocation decisions. Now, this policy directive is by no means comprehensive, and some of the factors may not be applicable for decision for our council or for this item. But I did want to highlight that there are 4 recommended practices to evaluate and update FMP goals and objectives, identify user needs, minimize speculative behavior, and planning for future conditions. And then there are 4 factors to consider, which include ecological, economic, social, and indicators of performance and change. As outlined in COP 27, which covers our allocation review schedule for all of our fishery management plans, the stocks that are considered in this review include those that we call our Amendment 21 stocks, and these are formal trawl, non-trawl allocations that are within the groundfish FMP. We also look at sablefish north of 36, Pacific whiting, and Pacific halibut individual bycatch quota. Starting off with our Amendment 21 stocks. So just wanted to flag that there have been some changes from the last review document, and that 5 stocks or complexes have been removed from formal allocations, and therefore we're not considering them in the document you have in front of you in attachment 2. So those 5 stocks and complexes that are no longer formally allocated are slope rockfish south, which includes blackgill rockfish, widow, petrale, lingcod south of 4010, and then we went ahead and included short spine thorny head, which you just took action on in June, and that's anticipated for the 25-26 harvest specifications. The data in the document is through 2023, and that's preliminary, but with the WITGOP estimated mortality report now available, my thought would be to bring this back with final 2023 data for next year. I wanted to highlight some trends since the last review period, and these trends are comparing 2011 through 2015 to 2016 to 2023. In terms of allocations, and I'm just speaking to our Amendment 21 stocks that are considered here, we've seen a 43.3% increase in allocations, most of that being driven by Dover sole, which saw a doubling in the allocation, and arrowtooth flounder, which saw a 3 times increase. However, the overall utilization of the allocations have declined. We've seen a decrease in trawl utilization of Amendment 21 stocks decline from 23.5% to 13.8%. Non-trawl has dropped from 16.3 to 11.2%. There's been limited stocks we've seen in recent years with 50% or more attainment of their trawl or non-trawl allocation. And specifically in 2016 through 2023, the only stocks were yellowtail, POP, and chili pepper for a few years. There's been no non-trawl stocks with greater than 50% attainment since 2015. And prior to that, that was just Sablefish South for a couple of years. In terms of revenue and landings are declining at a faster rate than revenues, and the non-trawl is declining at a greater rate than trawl on a proportional basis, not on an absolute basis, as I should have mentioned that Amendment 21 stocks are what we consider trawl dominant stocks. So most of these stocks are allocated 95% trawl and 5% non-trawl. In terms of community impacts, Eureka, Astoria, and Fort Bragg have seen a declines in trawl landings and revenue. South and Central Washington ports and Bodega Bay have seen an increase in non-trawl landings and revenue, and Morro Bay has seen a declines in both trawl and non-trawl. I also wanted to note that while these are comparing these broader averages, there are breakdowns included in attachment 2 with comparisons across the periods of 2011 through 2015, 2016 through 2019, and 2020 through 2023, in addition to annual results that are in an appendix at the back of attachment 2. So next up is Sablefish North. And while Sablefish North was actually formally allocated in Amendment 6, it was cemented when the council took action on Amendment 21. And here we have, my apologies for what looks a little bit fuzzy on the screen here, is how we allocate out Sablefish North. This is also within the fishery management plan, this little diagram. And while Amendment 21 stocks that we're focusing here were previously on the trawl and non-trawl allocations, for Sablefish, we're actually looking at allocations between the limited entry sectors, which is the trawl and the fixed gear shares, as well as between limited entry and open access. So some trends since 2016 for the LE sectors, both trawl and fixed gear combined, we've seen about an 85% attainment. However, since 2020, that attainment average is actually only about 72%, noting COVID, and we've seen those increasing allocations, which might have landings being in similar magnitudes, but the allocations going up, therefore resulting in a declining attainment. And while that's kind of an overall picture of the LE sector, we have been seeing a similar pattern in each of the individual LE sectors, so trawl and fixed gear. The open access sector, on the other hand, has been highly variable since 2016. So next up is our within trawl sector allocations. So the prior review covered Pacific whiting plus canary, dark blotch, POP, and widow. And these were looking at allocations between the short base IFQ program, the mothership sector, and the catcher processor sector. But with the change to set asides for canary, dark blotch, POP, and widow, whiting is the only within trawl allocation remaining, and that is covered in this review. You can see here, there's a little allocation figure here on how the Pacific whiting allocation is split up across the 3 non-tribal sectors. And then the table on the screen here shows the average attainment of the post-tribal reapportionment allocation from 2011 through 2015 compared to 2016 through 2023. You'll note that the CP sector has the higher, in both periods, higher attainment, but that all 3 sectors have seen a decline in the average attainment between the 2 periods. However, similarly to Sablefish, we have seen allocations going up, so that could be the influence on the percent attainment to consider. Just wanted to really quickly also flag that the percentages in the document, if you are comparing or slightly off, I didn't include 2016 in the text, but the percentages on your screen are the correct one. So I did want to flag here, there's been a lot of discussions around set asides and allocations with the council in recent years. So given that in the prior review, we were covering allocations of Canary, Dark Blotch Widow, and POP, we did want to tee up this discussion here. So just a quick reminder that set asides were a management measure that were actually developed under Amendment 21 to account for mortality in the at-sea sectors of non-whiting groundfish. So Canary, Dark Blotch Widow, and POP were established as allocations under Amendment 21, and there was an expectation that the co-op would manage within these values. And if they were exceeded, the sectors would automatically close. Through Amendment 21-3 and Amendment 21-4, the council chose to move these stocks to set aside management and also remove the formulas that used to exist for establishing those values from the FMP. So a little bit more on set asides here. The amounts are determined during the biennial specifications process, and in-season management is only permitted if there's a risk of harvest specification being exceeded, an unforeseen impact on another sector, and a conservation concern. So as part of this review, the council could further assess the impacts of management of the current set-aside system. And as a part of a future action, you may want to clarify your intent of what these set-aside values are to be, or these values are to be. So if they are to truly account for mortality, then the set-aside might be the appropriate management measure. However, if there's the expectation that the co-ops are to remain within that value, another management measure may be more appropriate. And this could differ by species, and it could be a single or a combined value within the at-sea sectors. And finally, Pacific halibut. This is a prohibited species, and the catch share program is designed to minimize bycatch of halibut. So in terms of how it's managed it's all managed with individual bycatch quota, or IBQ, with a 10 metric tons set aside for the trawl fishery south of 4010 and for the at-sea sector. And that's generally split 5 metric tons and 5 metric tons. Overall, the percent attainment of the IBQ, this is the percent attainment of the overall halibut allocation for the trawl fishery has increased from 30.8% to 35.5%. And again, just floating some questions out here to for you to consider in your discussion. It's highlighted in the document. Should staff look at individual level attainment of Amendment 21 species? We could look at this, noting that individual level attainment could be covered more on the trawl side if you look at vessel level attainments for all IFQ stocks and complexes. However, this could investigate non-trawl level vessel attainment as well, although that is generally considered by the GMT and the consideration of trip limits within the biennial harvest specification process and through in-season actions. Therefore, this question may be better addressed more holistically for the trawl sector under the catch share review. Also raising, are there any other allocations that should be further investigated to assess impacts? This could be, this is only formal allocations that we are proposing, but this is your opportunity to look at the scope of this review. So if there was the idea, I heard some discussions around including biennial stocks. That would be something we would be looking for here. And then finally, are there other elements of the review where there could be further expansion? And I've got a couple more slides. I think that'll go fast, and then we can go from there. So in terms of hearings, this is attachment 3. In November 2022, as I highlighted in my timeline, the council did select a set of hearings, including 2 online hearings to be hosted in conjunction with the Trawl and Intersector program review. At this point, staff has proposed a shorter set of locations to be held in spring 2025 due to some capacity issues. However, we are looking for feedback here. And I know the GAP has several recommendations on the hearing locations. We are also looking for hearing officers to be identified as a part of this action. And lastly, COP 27 edits. This is attachment 4. As I described earlier, COP 27 describes our allocation review triggers for each of our fishery management plans. We identified those 5 stocks and complexes that were historically formally allocated under Amendment 21 that should be moved to a biennial species. And while I note that in the action, we were proposing to send this out for public review and adopt as final in November under a standing COP agenda item, after some further discussion internal, given that this really is a strictly administrative edit, we are proposing that we actually go final on this tomorrow under our standing COP agenda item. However, we welcome any thoughts here. And lastly, our next steps for the reviews. So again, this meeting, we're hoping to get guidance on the review outlines, any priority issues, and the hearing schedule. At the end of this year, the start of next year, we would be announcing hearing dates and locations. The spring of 2025, we would actually host those hearings. And then in June, as it's currently shaded on the year at a glance, or potentially September, we would bring back the drafts of the catch, share, and intersector allocation reviews for council adoption, including the research and data needs and recommendations. And then after we complete those reviews is when the council could consider any follow-on actions based on issues that were highlighted during the reviews. And this is your council action reminder, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jesse, for that thorough overview. Look around and see what questions may have been generated. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate the overview, Jesse. On the halibut IBQ piece, you noted that there was an increase on percent attainment starting in 2016. I'm not 100% positive on this, but I think the amount of IBQ available changed in 2016 from something like 150,000 pounds down to 100,000 pounds. So no, there was a change somewhere in the amount of IBQ. Oh, sorry. It's not important at this point, just something as we go forward to make note of the IBQ change. And then, if I may, this may be better under council discussion, but I know personally and I suspect some of the other newer council members would appreciate some information on what it means to be a hearing officer. Before we say we're going to do something, I think it would be helpful to know what we are agreeing to. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Lynn. Further questions? Butch Smith.
Yeah, Jesse, I might have missed this or might have stepped out or I thought in November of 22, we added Westport, Washington as a potential place on the coast for a hearing. And like I said, I might have missed it, but I thought we were talked about that at that time. And in discussion, I can further elaborate. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Jesse.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Smith, this was what was on the council decision summary. I was not a part of this. Jim was in charge of this item back in November 2022, but I think, we are at the opportunity where this is where you're providing guidance on the hearing locations that you would want to see now that it's been a couple of years. So I think that Westport is definitely in the mix, and I know the GAP is recommending that as one potential location.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse.
Other questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, I can't recall either, but I think the question for staff, for Jesse, is what kind of additional time or information do you think might, this is getting ahead of the game here, having read the GAP report ahead of time, we know they're going to be asking for more locations than recommended, but do you think there's anything that could be done to come back in November or whatnot with some more scoping of locations, potential attendance, some information about who operates out of those ports? Any ideas along those lines that you might have that we could be helpful in And again, maybe think about it for we can retouch on this in council discussion, but yeah, and it lends along the lines of what is being a hearing officer, but also what, budget considerations, what other attendance type considerations could be scoped out between now and feasibly in November.
Jesse, do you want to tackle part of that now or have time to think when we come back to discussion?
I think preliminary thoughts, and then I might look to Executive Director Burden to back me up a little bit here. But I think if we could get some guidance on what locations or like a number of hearings or things that like get y'all's feedback on what you might want to see, then we could come back in November with some more concrete details of what capacity might be, both budget and staff. And like I said, I might look to Mr. Burden on that.
Executive Director Burden.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I can't add a whole lot more to what Jesse said. I do think that there are a couple of considerations. One is we only have one Jesse and she has a lot on her plate. So we're cognizant of her workload. We can, of course, add another staff officer if we need to. The Magnuson Act does indicate that when we have hearings, that a council member shall preside over those hearings, and that is what it means to be wow, it's day 3, isn't it? Hearing officer. And so that's what that means, and that comes with an ask from some of you all. We could theoretically have one person be the hearing officer for every location, but I think that's unlikely. I think it's probably better that we have a council member from each state be the hearing officer for hearings in that state. That comes with some stipend expenses. We then expect that hearing officer to preside over that meeting and then to provide a report out after that hearing has concluded and provide a report out to the council at a subsequent council meeting. So the expenses associated with hearings are not that large. There are some budget implications, but they do start to add up in terms of a human resource ask. Certainly, we want the hearings to line up with getting good input from the fleet. That's why we do them. And so I think we can provide some more information on where it would make the most sense to do that. I think some of the ports that Jesse has outlined are already logical places. Maybe there's another couple, but I do think there's a limit to the number that we can do. So hopefully that helps your question, Mr. Niles.
Right. Is that good, Corey? All right. Caroline McKnight, I saw your hand was up. I just want to make sure you didn't have a question there. It went back down.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Actually, if I may, I think I'll ask.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Jesse, you mentioned very clearly that out under the Trawl review slides that this is a program review process, and if things were identified that needed remedies or fixes, that would be a follow-on action. I'm going to presume that's so true for anything that comes from the Intersector allocation review as well. And my question is, are things identified for both the Trawl program review and Intersector? Would we expect those to be linked and connected together moving into the future, or could they be possibly separated and possibly taken under different items?
Jesse?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. McKnight, you broke up a little bit, so I'm going to try to answer this the best that I understood it. Yes, staff is proposing that the review just simply be the review and not analyzing any kind of options or specific changes, but rather getting information together on how the program has been performing, both the catch share program and then how we've been performing on the allocations with the sectors. If things were to arise, yes, we're proposing they be part of a follow-on action, but they by no means would need to be tied together. if you think back to the recent limited entry fixed gear follow-on actions, there was a suite of things that were proposed out of there. We ended up breaking, I think, one or a couple of them apart. Like, so they don't even if you had multiple recommendations out of one program, that doesn't mean that they all have to go together on the same timeline. I think that would be a decision point you would make when you make your recommendations and start to consider a follow-on package. Hopefully that answered your question.
It did. Thank you.
Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Jesse. We will move on to our reports. We have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Groundfish Management Team reports. First will be the advisory subpanel. Sarah Nayani is here for that. Good morning, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. The GAP has serious concerns about how the trawl fishery is performing relative to the goals and objectives of Amendment 20. Based on the current economic environment and challenges with global markets, it is important to understand program performance so that future actions can be taken to mitigate the program or to make the program more profitable. The GAP supports the annotated outline including the recommendations in the gray boxes insofar as the information is available and provides further details on the following components of the process. Proposed hearing locations. The GAP believes the proposed list of hearing locations is inadequate, and we recommend that hearings be held in person in Westport and Seattle, Washington, Astoria and Newport, Oregon, and Eureka and San Luis Obispo / Morro Bay, California. We support holding 2 virtual meetings and believe consideration should be made for additional hearings in conjunction with the 2025 March Council meeting in Vancouver, Washington, and the 2025 June meeting in Santa Rosa, California. Further, GAP members are willing to work with council staff to determine dates that will ensure a minimum number of participants. If a hearing location will only garner lackluster participation, GAP members and staff could decide to cancel this location. Focus on fishery and community health. The GAP recommends identification of a limited number of significant indicators to serve as proxies for fishery health that have measurable values from previous benchmarks, possibly from pre-program benchmarks and from the first trawl program review. Additionally, it would be informative to focus on community health since trawl is a capital-intensive business model for boats and processors that require a critical mass of consistent business activity to have long-term sustainable business model. Community-based indicators such as pounds, vessels, income, year-round and seasonal processor workforce, or fillet lines are very important to assess fishery health and long-term viability, especially if they can be compared to past values. Many of these indicators are already listed in section 2.1.6. To expand further on a critical mass of business activity, if a processor's trawl business level declines to a level where there are less year-round employees and less fillet line capacity, then there are lower trip limits and longer delivery intervals for vessels. Capital-intensive businesses require a consistent, decent volume of profitable activity to achieve economies of scale to maintain their assets long-term to be viable. Processors and vessels operating in a community that are not able to sustain that critical mass of profitable activity and asset maintenance are signaling vulnerability for long-term survival. Additionally, a critical mass of trawl activity in a port or group of ports in proximity helps sustain the industry support businesses that provide critical services to not only the trawl, but also non-trawl fisheries. The seafood economic activity in a fishing community also impacts positively or negatively those in the community not participating directly in a fishing-related business. For the adaptive management program, the GAP recommends enough information be provided in the document on the background and current uses of AMP quota so that if participants want to explore a different use for or elimination of AMP under a follow-on action, it can be informed by the analysis. Accumulation and vessel limits. The GAP recommends including all of the items listed in the gray box on page 41 of the report, as it would allow further evaluation of the sufficiency of current limits. And then suggested priority areas of focus. Number one, given the current economic environment and challenges with global markets, the GAP would like to prioritize analysis of the Trawl Rationalization Program goals on increasing net economic benefits and creating individual economic stability. Number two, the GAP recommends incorporating the results of the Trawl cost project on monitoring into the analysis. There should be enough information to consider the following scenarios for cost savings related to monitoring in a potential follow-on action. Eliminate or reduce coverage for observers and or catch monitors. Eliminate catch monitors for observed bottom trawl trips. Consider streamline EM for bottom trawl that maintains catch accounting integrity for select species, but focuses on lower maintenance logbook compliance, incentives, and deterrents for other species in order to keep costs low, and explore how the current monitoring program is affecting the trawl fishery program performance and overall groundfish fishery success. For whiting, how has the 20% harvesting shares issued to seafood processors been used, and has it met the original intent? And has the whiting utilization action resulted in increased mothership allocation attainment? Number four, non-whiting utilization. Provide enough information in the analysis to consider potential modifications and subsequent follow-on actions that could increase non-whiting utilization, including explore carryover potential when ACL equals ABC, explore legal hurdles, including rolling average, allowing vessel account carryover of unused pounds into the following year for a limited time, for example, somewhere between 3 and 12 months. And what are the hurdles and pros and cons of using a different start to the fish accounting year, such as May 1st? Number five, the GAP recommends incorporating the results of the Trawl cost project on economic data collection into the analysis as we described under our statement under I3. There should be enough information to consider modifications for cost savings. That concludes the GAP report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Nayani? Asia Shamillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Sarah, for the report, and thanks to the GAP for that really thoughtful and clear detailing of additional questions that we could ask with this. I just have a question on the changes to the accounting year, and I'm just hoping you can expand a little bit on what the benefits the GAP sees in potentially switching the accounting year to another date, or some of the costs that are associated with the current accounting year.
Thank you, through the Vice Chair, Ms. Shamillo. The GAP has had discussions on this previously, and the idea that I heard at that time was like an April 1 start date. And the concept would be that if the calendar year started on that start date and went through until March 31 of the next year, those boats that participating in whiting, for example, that are holding on to their quota pounds for potential like bycatch or trading power, they would be done with their year on December 31 because there's no whiting fishing between January 1 and April 30th. And so the idea would be that those pounds would become more accessible to bottom trawl and other non-whiting fisheries that might be able to utilize those fish. And I think on the other side, the GAP's talked about how that could complicate the management structure. We weren't sure how it would fit in with specs, those types of things, but we're trying to think outside the box about ways that there's been a lot of like quota holding because you just don't know what you're going to see for bycatch, and ways that once those pounds aren't needed anymore, that they might be utilized by other participants in the sector that are fishing during those calendar months. So I hope that helps a little.
Corey Niles.
Thanks. Well, that was a very interesting idea, but this is a more mundane matter. But on the hearing locations, you guys mentioned the lackluster participation part. And did you have ideas of how staff could scope that out ahead of time, or was it more set it up, get some RSVPs, and if there's not a lot, cancel it? Just could you elaborate on any discussion you had there?
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. Yes, the GAP really valued the public hearings that occurred during the last cycle and thought that those are good places where more community specific issues might be able to just be discussed in a little bit more of an informal situation. I think like sometimes testifying at a council meeting is a little bit nerve wracking and you don't want to put an idea out there necessarily, but I think when it's more of a discussion or conversation, that can really help facilitate the brainstorming. And so I think the idea was contrary to the limiting of public hearings, it was actually let's add Westport onto the original list and then potentially some hearings to coincide with the council meetings. But I'm not sure the best way to decide where you would hold a meeting or not. But I do think that maybe having an RSVP option, and then if people aren't planning to attend, that could be canceled. We didn't specifically talk about that in the GAP, but that seems like maybe a good way. But I also think that once some of the trawl industry leadership is able to go back to their groups such as MTC or UCB and get feedback, now that this has been brought up more formally, that might also be a good way to get some indication of who would attend which hearings.
Thank you. Dr. Len, then Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for your report. As I mentioned earlier, I certainly share your view that priority area here has to do with looking at net economic benefits and how this program is performing. I also am sympathetic to the importance of public hearings. It seems like so much of this is about the people. So it's important to be with the people. Can I just ask you a quick question? The last paragraph on page 1, you mentioned this idea of capacity, processors trawl business level. And if there's fewer than year-round employees and less fillet line capacity, then there would be lower trip limits. Is that trip limits, are those regulatory or ones that you, I'm sorry, that the operators agree with the buyers before they go fishing? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lent. I believe that was in reference to processor set trip limits of how much they're looking to buy from a vessel on a given delivery. And that if those numbers are lower, so then are some of the trip limits because they're wanting to sustain processor capacity throughout a longer period. But there's a lot of like very complex things that are difficult to tease apart. And the GAP had a lot of discussions, and then also in some of the other meetings about like teasing apart markets versus the program. But we do think that some of those considerations are really important to think about because they interact and impact each other. So we weren't sure the best way to elicit that in a program review. But I think just data that are kind of focused on those types of issues would be really important to GAP members and industry. And on my last response, I just wanted to clarify that I was just using UCB and MTC as examples. Should be all the associations that are going back to their members. So thank you.
Follow up, Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for that answer. I'm slowly learning the importance of this relationship between fishery operators before they go to sea and the process of the first buyers. And this whole idea of you can sell your sable fish if you have some attractive looking halibut or whatever, and this as well. So I think that points to the importance of being, making sure the processors, buyers are at these hearings and they're part of this discussion on economic performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Nayani. My question is the suggested priority area focus number 1, on specifically noting the GAP's talking about increasing net economic benefits and creating individual economic stability. So I'm wondering what the GAP's discussion was and what you mean by individual economic stability.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. Yes, so those were two of the main Trawl program goals. And there were several others that related to conservation, decreased bycatch, increased monitoring, things like that. But the gap just broadly this week, given the range of topics, the impacts that we're seeing of stock assessments and declining ACLs across all groundfish fisheries, not just the trawl program. We've been having a lot of discussions about analyzing those individual vessel impacts because different businesses have different operations, and some of the elements of this program are going to really impact one person who's in, for example, Brookings, really different than someone that's in Seattle or Westport. And so I think, for just as an example, like processor availability or options of people that you can deliver to within a given port might be different depending on which port you're in. So there's a lot of differences between program participants, even if they're fishing in the same like subsector of the program. And then in terms of net economic benefits of the program, kind of looking at large and then on an individual scale to tease some of those things out. I think when you were reviewing the cost report yesterday, Chair Pettinger brought up a really good point of separating, for example, midwater trawl that's non-whiting from like bottom trawl, because those two sectors are going to have really variable impacts. So the GAP just had a lot of discussion around kind of those subsectors within the trawl program and how they're performing, and then also the individual vessels in different ports and communities along the coast. So I hope that kind of gets at part of your question.
Thank you. Follow up, Corey?
Yeah, thank you for that. That answers a lot of it. I guess my follow-up question is related to the use of the word individual. And then that above, I really liked your section on focus on fishery and community health. So I'm trying to interpret that word individual, and I heard you refer to it as both a vessel and a community and a person. And maybe that was intentional, but I just want to get some clarity there on sort of how the GAP talked about the intention behind that word individual and what that might mean for our TBD analysis.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings. Obviously, with MSA confidentiality, there's going to be some issues reporting to the individual level through this analysis. But I guess what I was trying to get at is that by looking at smaller subgroups to the extent that the council can, as limited by confidentiality, you might tease out some impacts of this program that won't be able to be seen at an overall scale. And I think it was the council's goal for individual economic stability that was part of this the whole development of this program. And so I think the GAP is looking, if that remains one of the council's primary goals for this program, which I understand you can change, if that remains a primary goal, how are we doing towards that goal? And I think there's a lot of individuals in the program that feel that perhaps we're not doing very well in terms of that goal, as well as the net overall benefits. And so I think it's really just the GAP saying, in terms of economic performance on the large and small scale, we'd really like the council to focus on that as a primary consideration. We had a lot of discussion about how many of the conservation goals have been met, and many of those have been borne by the industry through direct program costs as well as cost recovery and buyback. So I think you've seen the decreased bycatch, you've seen these other elements that the council set as the goals, and the GAP just had a lot of discussion on. It feels like the economic ones maybe haven't been performing as well, and we're hoping that the council can focus on that in your review.
Thank you. Any other questions? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sarah, you said something that stuck to something in between my ears. And so I think this is important that the leadership within the GAP and the associations that are involved that get this message out to the fishermen and not just have membership or just not have one leadership for, so many vessels. I think it's really important. I think that I thought I heard you said that you and others are going to try really hard to get, the people that you represent there, which I think is very important to make this work and successful. So I want to thank you for that offering and others that offered. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Butch. And reflecting on your earlier answer, sir, I would much rather have a dialogue in a small setting than be up here and talking this way. So I appreciate your answer, but this is maybe more of a question for the future and the gap. But and thanks for all the thoughtful comments. But you're the ones that you all made based on understanding community impacts and the effects on individuals and individual operations and processing. Made me think of one of our main sources of, well, frustration is too strong of a word, but is the rule of three in data confidentiality. And for example, sometimes we aren't even comfortable reporting how much whiting was landed into Westport because there are fewer than 3 buyers. So anyway, and maybe I'm just guessing you all didn't discuss that at this meeting, but I think it's an issue we should think about and what is important to the industry and in terms of data confidentiality versus the council and public and everyone understanding these important things that you're bringing up to us.
Through the vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. Yeah, I think, I believe it was maybe last year that NOAA was bringing an updated rule through about confidentiality that I believe is like now to the firm, or there's even more potential restrictions coming on reporting out. I think the GAP has talked about the utility of that data and that it's very helpful to kind of see those finer scale things to the extent that we can. So I understand this is this is bound by the MSA confidentiality rules, but I guess just what the GAP's discussion is, like the finest scale that we can reasonably show will be really helpful, I think, at analyzing some of the impacts of the Trawl program on West Coast communities.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Sarah. Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team report. And Christian Heath is here to deliver that. Good morning, Christian. And I know you know the routine, so when you're ready, just go ahead and start.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hesmer. Good morning, council members. My name is Christian Heath, and I will be reading from agenda item I-7, Supplemental GMT Report 1 on the Trawl Catch Share Program and Intersector Allocation Review. The GMT discussed the Trawl Catch Share Program and Intersector Allocation Review and provides the following for council consideration. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel expressed concerns during the development of the 2025-26 harvest specifications and management measures process that allocation attainment does not provide the full story for the IFQ fisheries, as there are additional nuances and vessel level constraints, as well as full attainment as to why full attainment is not realistic for many IFQ stocks. Therefore, the GMT recommends vessel level impacts and accumulation limits be evaluated in the Catch Share Program review. The GMT recommends that the analysis include an evaluation of whether or not at-sea set-asides are functioning as intended, as well as the impacts of at-sea set-asides to the trawl sector overall. Although set-asides are intended to be an estimate of incidental mortality, they are typically set higher than expected mortality. At-sea set-asides are subtracted from the trawl allocation, which decreases the overall IFQ allocation and potentially reduces overall fishery yield. Therefore, the evaluation should consider how the current management structure of set-asides is affecting trawl sector program performance and whether it is meeting the goals and objectives of the program. And finally, the GMT recommends sending out for public review the Council Operating Procedure 27 edits provided in Agenda Item I-7, Attachment 4. These edits would update the list of species in the COP 27 with allocation structures established via Amendment 21 and those species with biennial allocations established through the harvest specifications and management measures process. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Heath? Sharon Kiefer.
Good morning, Mr. Heath. So I thought when Jessie made her presentation about that particular, the COP 27, that her recommendation was just to take it to final. So is your comment sending it out for public review more of finalize it, get it out to the public, or is it send it out for public review for their feedback on those proposed changes?
Through the chair, Ms. Kiefer, if I could punt that to Jesse, I would.
Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Kiefer, as I noted in the presentation, so our council, original council action was, to adopt it for public review. So that's what the GMT saw. But we had some internal discussion this morning, and we think we can go final because it is strictly an administrative. So the GMT, when I briefed them, they were under the impression it was a two-step process, which is what we usually do. However, given this is really just an admin fix, we were thinking we could just go final tomorrow.
Thank you for that clarification.
Further questions on the Groundfish Management Team report? Pretty easy for you. Thank you, Christian. That completes all our reports and takes us to public comment. We have two. First will be Joe Sullivan and Michelle Conrad, followed by Lori Steele. Joe and Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hasmer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and with me is Joe Sullivan. And we're presenting comments this morning on behalf of Environmental Defense Fund. EDF initially advocated for and helped to develop the Trawl Catch Share program on the West Coast because of its potential to achieve significant conservation and socioeconomic benefits. Similar to what you heard in the GAP statement, the conservation benefits from the program we believe have been impressive, but many of the socioeconomic goals have yet to be achieved. So our goal here is to help the council identify and implement measures that will enable the program to meet those socioeconomic objectives, and specifically to improve and sustain West Coast fishing community resiliency, particularly in response to climate change and its effects.
Thanks. And I'll pick up from there. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm going to focus my comments on the Adaptive Management Program, AMP. It is an established element of the program. However, it is an unfulfilled commitment to address the adverse impacts of the Catch Share program on vulnerable communities through the use of quota pounds. And we believe its status should be resolved. The AMP QS set aside is an existing allocation under the program. So changing it would be a significant program modification. And if that's done, it should be done in full compliance with National Standard 4, National Standard 8, MSA procedural requirements, and NEPA. The quota pound pass-through that is currently taking place, if it continues for too long, whatever that might be, becomes a quota share transfer in substance. And so it's very important, and that would be a program amendment. And so from our perspective, it's very important that this be taken up, this issue be taken up at some point fairly soon. We're very sympathetic to the council's limitations on resources, staff capacity, and so on. But point out again, this has been a program component from the beginning. We're a long way down the road, consistent with the GAP's comments. There are impacts on vulnerable communities that should be addressed. This was a tool available under the program to do that. It seems like we're at a point where it is time to give that serious consideration. If that's going to be done again, it should be done as a program amendment. It should be done with all of the appropriate process. In closing, I'd say in summary, what we're encouraging you to do, we realize there's a two-step process here with the program review, but in connection with that process, first off, look at building the data necessary and analytic structure necessary to take steps to give the AMP its proper place in the program. And then as a follow-on matter, resolve its status, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for either Ms. Conrad, Mr. Sullivan on their testimony? Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next, Lori Steele. Lori is online. Lori, can you hear us?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead. Good morning, Lori.
Thanks so much. Good morning. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. We represent the shoreside processing companies along the West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington. I will be really brief. I just want to express my support for the GAP report and the recommendations in the GAP report. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into that report. I really appreciate Ms. Nayani's thoughtful answers to your questions. And I think in terms of moving forward with this review, the GAP lays out a really good framework for focusing the review as much as possible and really trying to get at some of the big issues in the fishery. The processing capacity, groundfish processing capacity has certainly taken a hit in the last couple of years. And I think it's really important to look at that, in a lot of different ways during this review. And I think the GAP report does a really good job of laying out a way to move forward. In terms of the hearings and the locations, I also support what's in the GAP report. I understand challenges with budget and all of those related things. I think no matter what, moving forward, you will hear from those of us who you always hear from, and those of us who are really engaged in this process. But if the council really does want to get some participation from the fishing communities and from, folks that don't always come, tune in online or come to the meetings, I think that scheduling some of these meetings up and down the coast would be a really good, really good way to acknowledge the importance of that. And I certainly can pledge, as for the processors to do my best in getting as many folks, from the communities with processors in them out to these hearings. I think the California hearings are really important. I think the two hearings in Oregon are really important. South from Newport South, we've really lost currently the vast majority of our processing capacity, and in Astoria and Warrenton and North is really where it's become much more focused for now. So I think it's really important to capture the perspectives coming from both of those community areas. And like I said, and Seattle, same thing in terms of getting the at-sea community and some of the folks there. So rather than just having the online hearings or hearings in conjunction with the council meetings, there is an opportunity here, I think, to get more folks engaged. And to the extent that I can help with that, and also I'm sure the other folks leading some of the trade associations, we'd be willing to do that. So I look forward to participating in the process. I'm sorry I'm not there today, but we will definitely be engaged and offer to help in any way we can. So again, just really thankful to the GAP for their very thoughtful report. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony? I don't see any hands around the table, Lori. Thank you very much. Okay, that completes all our reports and the public comment. There is a lot of stuff to think about here. We've been at it for an hour and a half. Maybe if we take a 10-minute break and then when we come back here, start some discussion. But I do want to provide, those of you developing some of the guidance and the recommendations, because there's a lot of complexity, that we can allow for another longer break, but maybe after we come back, see if there's anything that came up that needs clarification, questions, some initial discussion, and then have an opportunity, if needed, we'll take a longer break to develop those recommendations. Does that sound okay? So let's be back here in 10 minutes, initiate some discussion, and then I'll let you determine how we proceed. So 10 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, let's start to rewarm your seats here. All right, welcome back. And maybe I'll just restate again. I know we just had a break. There is a lot of information here, potentially a lot to discuss on both the Trawl Catch Share program review, the Intersector allocation review. And so let's initiate the discussion and we'll see what questions there are, what discussion needs to happen. But at some point, I suspect people who are providing this guidance and recommendations need to put some additional thought into that so it's very clear. So I'm offering the opportunity when you see we might be ready. We'll take a little bit longer break. It could be 5 minutes from now. It could be 2 hours from now. I don't know when that will be, but give me a signal when you're ready. We can take that break to make sure we put the best information possible together to facilitate the process. So with all of that, I'm going to look for any hands for any questions or discussion. Whoever wants to start. Asia Shamillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I have a general comment that I think may apply to all the items that we're thinking about here. And so it may sound specific to the Intersector allocation review, but and it's going to be about at-sea set-asides in particular, but I think it's a thought that we need to have everywhere when we're discussing this. And it's in regards to the ninth guiding principle in the document. So taking into account management and administrative costs of implementing the IFQ program, as well as limited state and federal resources. And specific to set-asides, the thought there is that what came with that was an increase in operational flexibility and a reduction in administrative burden for the agency, and a reduction in burden to industry, to the lighting industry in particular, as they were dealing with management. So before set-aside management, when we had hard allocations, we ran up against that allocation and it was away from a council meeting. The entire council had to gather to make a special decision about what to do and how to proceed. And so the administrative flexibility that was gained by going to set-asides is that the council didn't have to come together anymore. It was an allowance made for the whiting fishery to operate. And I think we have to, throughout this consideration, look at, what is the cost and administrative burden and logistic burden, headache to industry of any of these measures, in contrast with the conservation benefits that we're gaining, the market efficiencies that we're gaining. And I think that, yeah, and also conservation benefit, obviously, like there could be something that's administratively very burdensome, but also yields really high conservation benefit overall. So I think that's just a throw to an addition of a very specific attention to that ninth guiding principle of the program as something that we should think about for everything. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any other hands? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, we're setting up scoping here, but as we do with intersector allocation review, that affects more than just the trawl sector. So similar to a discussion we had a couple of days ago about the ecosystem item technically being a salmon and a groundfish item, I think we'll need to be very careful to ensure that as we work through intersector allocations, that the other sectors also know that this is going on and know to be involved and pay attention. I don't think all of the species are going to get the attention that maybe something like canary would. But just, I think we need to be careful in how we advertise what we're going to be talking about as we move forward with this, just so the rec folks don't think, oh, this is just a trawl thing, I don't have to pay attention to it. So just some guidance on how we advertise what we're going to be doing, when and where. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Other thoughts, comments? Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Hassemer. I just kind of had some overarching comments, and I'll get those out at the start. And really, I think we all are very proud of the conservation successes of the program. But we also want the program to be a success for industry and for our fishing communities, so that the vessels, fishermen, first receivers, fish cutters, ancillary businesses and fishing communities, and others are thriving, providing seafood for U.S. customers and supporting families, jobs, and a way of life. I really appreciate the GAP's focus on indicators of program performance relative to community health and the objectives of net economic benefits and individual economic stability. We supported the Trawl cost project that we heard about earlier this meeting, in anticipation that the council would really want to focus on costs and explore those as part of the program review. And I think the report produced there will be really valuable. I particularly appreciate its discussion of trade-offs relative to the monitoring programs and the EDC program. And I think that would set us up well for a decision on whether and how we might want to consider any changes as part of a follow-on action. But I think that's a really important complement to the review, the information provided in that report. And just, again, really appreciate the focus there. And I'm glad we have the opportunity to take a deep dive into the program performance again.
Thank you, Maggie. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Vice Chair, and thanks to all those who made comments. I think we have a lot of commonality up here. I know the states got together and I think if helpful, once some discussions happen, we have some written guidance that we have in common to offer. But for that, just some leading thoughts. I would say we're not starting from scratch here. I think everyone except for the brand new council members up here probably still have some feelings about the gear switching issue that we just finished in April. And I doubt that any one of us is happy with how that ended, but I think everyone agreed that it was not the end of what we should be doing. I think we all agreed that the bottom trawl sector in particular, and in particular the processing side that makes the bottom trawl sector go is needs some attention. And so I think what I guess the other thought here is there's so many possible issues, so much possible studies and data we could look at, but we are somewhat staff and time limited here. And our goal should be getting to ideas that can help these sectors, the economic performance, as Maggie was saying, as expediently as we can. And so I think what we really are hoping for is a next step. Talking in the hallway, I think a diagnosis is a good word of what we should be looking for, of what the council can do to improve the economic performance, make investment in the processing and marketing of species like Dover sole more attractive, in doing that, relatively quickly for this process and as inclusively as we can. And again, we're not starting from scratch. We have ideas that were left over from the first program review that we couldn't get to, and we spent all the time on gear switching. We have good ideas from the GMT and GAP here. We also have SSC reports. I'm thinking of recommending that we look at the accumulation limit. So there's a lot of, point being, there's a lot of ideas that were out there and we just haven't been able to take up because of capacity issues. So that's the overarching thought I'll have. And I think, depending on how the rest of the discussion here goes, we still might have some written guidance to offer.
Thank you, Corey. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just want to echo a few of the comments that I've heard and thank the GAP and the GMT and Jesse for the staff report. I appreciate that we do need to look as streamlined as possible given workload, but I'm very interested in talking a little bit further about the timeline and the hearings and how we can be most efficient with really getting into those community level concerns and issues through our hearings. I feel that's where we're going to get some of the real fine nuanced and detailed issues or problems that might need some attention. I'm noting that this could come either June or September, and I'm looking at the limited number of hearings, and I guess I'm preliminarily feeling like if we're down to essentially one physical hearing per state, what that timing of those might be relative to June and how crunched that might make council staff feel to report back in June versus September, and just hearing some other thoughts on how other people feel about that. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Caroline. Butch Smith.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts on the hearing and support all what's said, and certainly support the GAP statement. But when we've been talking about underserved communities and stuff for a while, and a few days ago, and coming out to the coast sometimes seems like underserved communities as a whole, not just an individual group. And so I certainly support, adding Westport, Washington to the mix. It's a lot of infrastructure investment that has happened there. It makes sense to me. If you missed the Astoria meeting, you could go to Westport. If you missed the Westport meeting, you could go to Astoria. That's a good thing. Shall you keep the Astoria on the board? But the other thing we want to think of when we do this is we don't want to put these meetings in the middle of when the most active fishing begins, because we get accused of that. Oh, we had a meeting, but Jesus, we just had a big opener, or the hake showed up, or whatever it might be. So we want to be mindful of when these meetings kind of take place. Also, in my view, I just thought I'd throw that out for laughs and giggles. But so I am supportive of the GAT statement. I'm supportive of what what other states come up with as far as if they want to expand or not the meetings. But I think that we definitely need to add a meeting in Westport. And this also, if, you know, our tribal fishermen want to come down and sit in, it's close for them to come down. If I want to speak for my friend Dave over there, but it also is pretty central located, so they could come down if they want to listen to what's going on, because certainly processing and all that is very important to the tribal fishermen too. So anyway, those are my thoughts on the meeting structure. And so thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Corey Ridings, and then Caroline, I see your hand is up. If you have another comment, I'll come to you after Corey Ridings. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a few notes that are overarching. I'm thinking about equity and environmental justice in this process. And in reading the current outline and materials that are in the briefing book, just how these concepts really aren't part of that. That makes sense. A lot of this is new to this venue and new to our analysis. And but just wanted to note that I think these concepts and lenses can be brought to the review. Thinking about the future research and data needs portion, the rest of it as well, just thinking about how we can bring some of the thoughts and thinking that are in the NIMS strategy as well as the regional plan. And I think they'd be actually very helpful in addressing some of the things that we've heard today about the social and economic needs. Help us be more thoughtful about what are the costs and benefits, what are the costs and benefits that we're looking at and measuring and trying to understand, and very importantly, who those costs and benefits are accruing to. Thanks.
Thank you. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I just wanted to appreciate Ms. Riding's comment there. We've been thinking about that as well, and we are certainly interested in understanding the impacts of the Trawl program on underserved communities. I also recognize the challenges there, since, as I noted in our discussion on the Equity and Environmental Justice Regional Implementation Plan the other day, we haven't yet gotten very far in identifying underserved communities. But we know that work is progressing. There is more information on, for example, community social indicators being developed all the time, and I think the information I expect to see produced as part of the program review here seems to me like it would be very helpful in future efforts to address the question of impacts on underserved communities in combination with other information on social well-being, et cetera. So I just wanted to, again, appreciate that connection being made here, and confidence that what we'll see in the program review will be helpful in making those connections and thinking further about it. Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Appreciate this discussion. Just in the interest of helping us make headway on this matter, I'll ask a question, I guess, in regards to hearings. And so what I'm hearing from our Washington council members is there's interest in adding another location, likely Westport. So I'll ask, I guess, a similar question of Oregon and California. Are you interested in adding another port? And depending on the answer to that, what I would then propose is that Jesse and I and Kelly work together to bring back to you a more robust plan in November that then you can adopt and assign hearing officers at that time. And so what we'd be looking for now is any further input you might have on numbers of hearing locations by state.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And to answer Executive Director Burden's question, I asked this specifically this morning in delegation. We had a person from Newport in the room, and we had a person from Astoria on the line, and both indicated why having meetings in each of those two ports would be important because they're very different. They fish differently, they participate differently, the processing capabilities are different. I kind of jokingly said, well, what if we do one in Pacific City, kind of halfway in between? That didn't really go over that well. And then there was also, well, what about the South Coast, Coos Bay, Brookings area? It's maybe a smaller fleet compared to Newport and Astoria. There was some thought that those folks would come to Newport, probably wouldn't come all the way to Astoria. Astoria, if there's one in Westport, they could maybe go to Westport, or they could maybe come to Newport. But the general feeling was it would be ideal if we could have both Newport and Astoria in Oregon, depending on budget and timeline and workload capacity. So not adding a new port, but not reducing either of the two that are currently on the list.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I think that our preference in California would be to stick with the originally requested 2 meetings, one for Eureka and one for the San Luis Obispo or Morro Bay area. That was a very deliberative discussion within our delegation and allowed for, folks to not have to travel too extensively, noting that, there's something on the order of 700 miles between those locations. So, I mean, that would absolutely be our preference, is to maintain those 2 areas. I will note that we recognize that the June, both the April and the June council meetings are in California. And if that could provide some kind of flexibility, we'd be interested to understand what that might look like. But in the absence of, that hindering council staff's ability to, integrate the information into this process in June, we'd be interested in hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Other discussion? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Vice Chairman. I think what I would take from this most recent discussion is I think we've successfully dispatched the question about hearings. And so we'll take your comments here and we'll take that back and then bring forward a plan in November at that time where we can be more clear about where exactly we're meeting and then ask you all to identify yourselves as hearing officers. So that's where I'm taking that part of this discussion.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And that leads to a question I asked when Jesse was presenting. What is required of a hearing officer? I don't know if that's something you can speak to now, or if, a couple of paragraphs in the briefing book, something so we know what our roles and responsibilities would be, might be helpful in nominating or volunteering ourselves. Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you. I can speak to it quickly here, just so you have a preview, and then we can summarize at a later time also. But the need for hearings officers starts with the Magnuson Act, which allows councils to host hearings, and then calls for a council member, and our COPs specify that be a voting council member, has a council member presiding over those hearings. And so the way we do this most often is with our salmon process, and we would have a presiding officer, a hearing officer. We'll often have other council members that choose to attend also. Sometimes there's a request that we have nymphs attend, for instance. And then you have a trustee council staff that will give you talking points, that will take down the names and things of that nature and help take notes during the discussion. The council staff, and then sometimes in addition with other agency staff, will help to compile a report that then we'd ask the hearing officer to provide at a subsequent council meeting.
I appreciate that extra information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Look around and see if there's any other discussion or questions that needs to happen right now. Sharon Kiefer.
So I was looking at the GAP recommendations in their report regarding incorporating the results of the Trawl cost project on monitoring into the analysis. And then they actually, and then beyond that, they went into some very specific ideas, I guess, to model out scenarios for cost savings. From a policy perspective, I don't have a good sense of, how far, and that's something open for discussion, I suppose, how far is the council willing to go with recognizing there's no decision making at this point. It's just what is being modeled for analysis. And so something as dramatic as eliminating observer coverage.
Jesse, do you want to address that?
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Kiefer. So we wouldn't actually be proposing, if you read the GAP statement, they are saying that they would like enough information to consider those changes in a follow-on action. So the idea here would be we're proposing that we take everything we learned from the cost project and looking at those trade-offs of observer cost, what different things could look like, and some of those high-level impacts that Melissa and Daryl discussed of like what this means for compliance, what this might mean for cost. And I think building that out a little bit and understanding how the observer and monitoring structure that the program currently has resulted in the program performance. I think we've talked a lot about today how we've been seeing the benefits of conservation, but then there's been maybe not the same level to that of the economic input. So I think we'd be taking that, building up that a little bit to the degree that we can, so that once we complete the review, then if the council really wanted to dig into looking at like a reduced observer coverage rate or elimination of catch monitors or some combination of the fact that we would be set up to really start to dig into that action and start looking at proposed alternatives.
Sharon?
I appreciate that. And I think I heard kind of what I was looking for, because in the report, the analysis was still pretty high level. And, the blocks of color, like, high impact to low impact. So, but I hear you saying that you're looking to perhaps flesh that out a little more relative to kind of on the ground type. It could, maybe this means, a 20% would equal reduction in observer coverage would mean X or something like that. Something to get you a little further down the road than the relatively high level analysis. Low negative impact. Well, what does that mean? Or at least perhaps translating some of those, like in your mind, what would be a low negative impact? Something like that.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Kiefer, I think it's a little hard to say right now. I think putting like a definitive number and trying to qualitatively assess those impacts, I think is going to be extremely difficult. I think we would be looking for the latitude to take the spirit of what, y'all are saying and what's in the GAP reports, if you want to support their recommendation, and giving us the latitude to kind of dig in and bring back what we can that hopefully, like we said, will support any kind of future decisions and changes you want to have specifically analyzed, so that we really can look at like what does a no catch monitors exactly mean. So I think that would be my response.
Thank you. That is very helpful.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And Ms. Kiefer, what you're getting at is essentially an ask that we all have of you all. If we take the vision of what could a review look like, in its simplest terms, we would take some trend data and we would say, since we did the review, here's how things have gone up, here's how things have gone down. That would satisfy the MSA requirement that we do this review, and you bless it and we move on. That's the most simple version. What we're asking you all here is, are there any topics in particular that you'd like us to dig deeper on? And so I think we've already had that conversation several times. We've been having it for several years. One example, folks are concerned about the economic performance of this fishery. That then changes the way that we think about the review. And Mr. Niles used the word diagnosis. And so that gets us into looking at the review as a document where we say, why is this happening? But either way, what we're trying to do is tee up you all to have enough information to say, here's an action that we think we want to start taking. And that would happen next year after we go through this process, after everyone here understands why the program is performing the way that it is. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This is actually a question for Ms. Dorpinghouse. In looking at the section, other issues that could be included or noted, there's a bullet point that says Pacific Coast Groundfish Social Survey discontinuance. Can you, and I'm sorry if this, I should have asked this sooner, it was low in my notes, but I'm wondering if you could provide, if possible, a little bit sort of background on that. What is that, in just trying to understand if that's something we should be thinking more about moving forward.
Jesse.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. So the social survey, and I am by no means an expert, but I can tell you what I know. And I'm not sure if Ms. Summers is going to be getting a lot of chats about this from Science Center colleagues, but this was put on for the first catch share review, and there was specific funding for this. And this was a very in-depth survey that supported the catch share review that was done by Suzanne Russell and a bunch of other and some other social scientists at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, I believe. This was listed in here. I think, we were trying to figure out, these ideas or these issues that, again, I was kind of trying to highlight aren't part of the catch share program, but there are influences of, like, without having the social science survey like we had the last time, we might not be able to in the future kind of have that really in-depth look that we got, because there was all these interviews done and, like, it was a very, very thorough study. So I think that, kind of looking back, I'm not sure if we should have listed that in this section. Like, I see the more direct thing with the Trawl RCAs, I think a little more concrete to say, removing the Trawl RCA, we're allowed to do that because the catch share program, I think there was a direct tie to that, but it's also impacting the catch share program on the other side of things because it opened up fishing area. For this one, I think it's going to be more influence because we won't have that level of data. But, Aaron Steiner did bring up yesterday, we have a couple of voluntary social surveys that we still conduct. So we still should be able to get some social science survey data. It just won't be nearly as in-depth as that last, survey that happened. And I think this kind of falls under, like, you were bringing up some of the EEJ conversations of, like, there are a lot of things I think we would like to be able to look at, but we don't have the data yet to inform it. And I'm not really sure if that answers your question, but it's the best explanation I have at the moment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion here? Look very carefully. Is it time we take a break? Is that valuable to do that now and give folks time to work on pulling some of this stuff together? Corey Niles.
Excuse me, not to speak for others, and happy to take a break, but I think, hearing the discussion, I think I would be ready to put that written guidance out, at least, to spark some more discussion. I think I'll look to others for their opinions, but I think I would be ready to go, and Chris and team have it ready to display to the screen, I believe.
Okay, so I'm hearing you're ready to move right into that. Show us that. All right.
This not being a formal motion, I guess I'll just speak to it, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, we did have a discussion again of whether we needed written guidance or we could just, do it orally, but we just thought it'd be possibly helpful to write this down. And I guess I will just read it since, and then maybe add just a bit of context after. So while recognizing the need to provide leeway to analysts, the relatively short timeline and the many potential issues involved, we request that the Trawl Catch Share review focus on identifying ideas that would improve the economic performance in the bottom trawl sector, emphasizing ideas for increasing revenues and making investments in processing and marketing more attractive, setting up streamlined consideration of action alternatives and expedient implementation process once the review is complete. The recommendations in the GMT and GAP reports include promising ideas for both the Trawl Catch Share, review, including consideration of adaptive management program, as do SSC, for example, on the effects of accumulation limits on processor investment, and other reports and testimony on the gear switching issue in the first review of the IFQ and co-op programs. And apologies for the missing words there. And the intersector allocation review outline is a good starting point, yet to be complete. It should include all species, i.e. not those that the council allocates through the biennial process and not just with formal trawl and non-trawl allocations. And then I'll briefly just explain just a little bit more. Thank you for the addition. What we're after here is, I think Merrick said it nicely, is this is going to be considerable effort in our limited staff time. And there's a lot of various things to look at, and we want to do more than just meet the minimum Magnuson Act criteria. We would like to use the talents of our staff and the consultants to take that next step of where we left off from the gear switching analysis and the first catcher review, and identifying those areas where where the council could really improve the economic performance. And we highlight the bottom trawl sector because that seems to be the highest need. It don't mean to ignore the other sectors by any means, but that is the one we spent a lot of time on. And as I mentioned, I don't think anyone thinks the gear switching action would be enough, or at least everything the council could do to encourage better economic performance in that sector. And then the second bullet is just we hope, and maybe this is asking analysts to have a crystal ball and be even more perfect than they are, but we hope that the analysis would really be geared towards getting us to considering options and actions and implementation over relatively quick timeline, which emphasize relatively given the process we have. But we really do want to take that next step, what next steps we can to improve the economic performance of this sector. In the paragraph on the GMT and GAP and reports, I think that's just, there's some good ideas in there, but again, I think we have to lean on giving leeway to staff on doing that diagnosis and helping us sort through the many ideas and finding the ones that might have the most benefit. And then just a reminder that, we have a lot of ideas that are out there in the record, and it's probably a lot to comb through, but it includes, SSC reports, GMT GAP reports from the past, and public testimony, as Jesse said in the beginning, the cost recovery reports, EDC reports. So there's a lot out there that of good ideas that have been put out there. And lastly, the intersector allocation review, consistent with, it is really a kind of review of Amendment 21, which was a decision. It was focused on facilitating the trawl rationalization programs, the IFQ and co-op programs, but it also was an allocation between the trawl and non-trawl sectors. And so I think Lynn spoke to this nicely earlier about, to be complete, we want the non-trawl sectors to be aware that we're looking at those allocations now, and back in Amendment 21, the council decided not to include all species give them formal allocations, but certain species that were best left to consider not just trawl and non-trawl allocations, and then allocations within the non-trawl sectors each biennium, just because there was uncertainty into what would be fair and equitable for those sectors. And so, yeah, that outline is, it looks really solid. It just, I think it's the only addition would be just including those species that aren't in there now. And I understand that it wouldn't be too much of a extra lift for council staff, given the way they put this report together. And I'll stop there and ask others to chime in.
Jesse, looks like you had your hand up.
Can I ask a clarification if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, if you can scroll back up, Chris or Hayden. I just want to be clear, you know, we're thinking about this review and like kind of this diagnosis program performance idea. So the first bullet point, you know, says like specifically identifying ideas that would improve economic performance. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the intent that like you're not looking for specific alternatives to maybe come out of this. But, you know, I was thinking about the conversation that was going on with regards to the fishing year with Sarah. And so like, I think something that might tee up consideration of that change would be looking about how quota pounds are used throughout the year by the different fishing fleets. So would that kind of meet the intent of what you're saying here, is that we would like looking at the distribution so that when we completed this review and how things are operating, then we might be able to consider, again, this one instance of a fishing year.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. No, you always wish it could word things differently, but the intent of that bullet, that could be one idea. But I think what I would really point to is the exchange that Merrick had with Ms. Kiefer and others. We are looking for you and your judgment to like, would that idea be where you think the biggest bang for the buck might be? And if our goal is improving the economic performance, which, you know, is you know, either lowering costs and increasing revenues, or, you know, making investments more attractive, looking for the analytical team to keep that in mind of what we're looking for is to, you know, look at ideas, but also use their expertise in highlighting which ideas they think are within the council's ability to achieve and improve that economic performance. So, sorry, that's longer than I meant to answer your question, but I would again point to Merrick's articulation to Ms. Kiefer is really what I think the idea is here. Is let's not just review all these indicators. Let's focus on how the council can improve economic performance.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Since Mr. Niles kept pointing to me, I feel obligated to respond. If I were to read this bullet and take into account what you just said about our earlier exchange, in my words, what I would say is that the council is concerned about the economic performance of this fishery, and we want the program review to focus on why that might be the case. Would that be a fair summarization?
Corey? And then the next step would be which ideas would the council be able to influence most? So why is this happening? If it's so, just the one where like, so why if it's happening? Is it a pure market idea problem where the real, this is just hypothetically speaking, where the only real, the most likely prospect for improvement comes from a business decisions and investment, which the council has limited ability to influence? So you get to the why. If you identify that as the why, then the next step is what could the council do about it?
Asia Shamillo, then Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Hassemer. And yeah, I'm just looking for a little more clarity here too, because I think at this stage too, as we've been working with the advisory bodies on this, we have, it sounds like Jesse worked with them to stop them from coming up with ideas at this point, but really just focusing on building out the analysis. And so I just want to make sure that what comes out of this doesn't preclude industry from having input into that list of ideas that might come forward. So what I'm hearing from you, and I'm asking for clarity on this, is it a suggestion of like where a solution could come in rather than actually coming up with what the solution might be? Like, yeah, in the case that you just outlined, if it was not something that the council could affect through action, that the analysis would reflect that rather than suggesting that it was something that was possible to adjust in the council process.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, this is, I guess, I again didn't intend this to be a motion, and I shouldn't be the only one answering these questions. And it was to help everyone provide clarity or some ideas to staff on what that. But my first reaction, Asia, would be that the analysis should help the gap in industry contribute to what the solutions were in the end. So it's we're looking for the judgment of staff to do that, but it's as usual, all those ideas are only so good until they've had the industry input in the gap. So it's, we have a list of ideas that the staff happened with now, but I think the analysis should rise to the top based on the analysis. But then, of course, more importantly, that discussion that happens with GMT, GAP, SSC, the public, everyone. And I guess I will stop, but that prompts some thoughts we had about the timeline as well and how that all happens. But I won't go there now.
So Maggie Summer, you did raise your hand. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. I appreciate the discussion and the clarifications here. It's been very helpful for me. And I think that probably we in this room who are listening right now are clear. But I do want to make sure it's clear to the public what guidance we are providing for staff, and so that everybody has an appropriate expectation of what will be produced as part of the review, right? I think we've done a fair amount of messaging that we are not developing follow-on actions right now. We are reviewing the program performance and potentially diagnosing problems. So I think maybe I just would like to ask Executive Director Burden or staff if there are, your thoughts on how you would make the intent of this clear to the public, whether that's in your summary of council decisions and actions or a potential revision to this guidance. Thanks.
Thank you. And to help Corey, he said everybody owns this. So hearing everybody's input on this. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. As I think about this guidance in our conversation, we often produce what's called the decision summary document, or we always produce that. What I would picture placing in that document would be something that reads like, here's some notes I'm making to myself. It's the council's perspective that the economic performance of the Trawl IFQ program is not meeting program goals. The council requests that the review investigate the reasons why the program is not meeting these goals, including factors related to the Trawl IFQ program design and those factors that may be outside of the council's purview. That's how I summarize this conversation. Does that seem right to you?
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. It does to me, but I think the statement that we all own this is a good one. So would certainly be interested in others' opinions. And I also, I'll say my impression of how you summarized it just now is that this is not changing the scope from what Jesse had presented and what we've been talking about, just articulating an area of focus for the review. Is that in line with your thinking?
Executive Director Burden.
I think Jesse and I are both nodding at each other, so that would not be the exclusive focus of the review, but as we look at certain places to dive deeper on, that would be a place where we dive deeper. There are other aspects of the review that we are mandated to continue including, like the conservation benefits and things, and those would continue to be included.
Okay, let me go to the other side of the room for a minute. Dr. Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I just want to make sure I understand. A review means you go back and you look. What happened? What are the data? What are the numbers telling us about economic performance, about net economic benefits? And then that's the way you identify the problems. And then you can move on to what can we do about these? And I wasn't really sure if this was in the previous version. I went back and I found the draft one, but it did have a Chapter 5 placeholder for council recommendations for program modifications, given what you've learned. So I see that's there, but what isn't in this, and perhaps this is just supplemental to another motion, but it's just say, yes, we need to go forward with the review and measure these things and see how we actually did, not just put our finger in the air and then go back and say, what should we do about it? Because those, what should we do about it? We're hearing that already, and that's rich and that's important. Let's make sure we're all working from the same hymnal in terms of what are the problems, where are they coming from? Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. While Mr. Niles led this and provided the written guidance, I'm in agreement with the things that we've been talking about and just trying to claim my little stake and in the ownership and or blame in the ownership. But I do agree with where we're talking about, and especially the clarification that Dr. Lent just expressed, that review is to find out what happened, and then we can move forward with trying to find corrective procedures for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings had her hand up, but did you want to respond to that directly? Corey Niles first.
Yeah, my only to Dr. Lent and would quickly is I think we're beyond that stage because we already have mostly agreeing with you, but we've done so much work the last 7-10 years. We know more about what the problems are than you would if you were starting from scratch. That's part of the thinking, because the gear switching was all about this issue. There was controversy about whether what we were doing was actually addressing the causes of it, and differences of views on that. But so we know a lot already was just my short answer of what's going on in that sector.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, other Corey and WDFW for this guidance. Support it. I think this sounds right. Just wanted to add a few thoughts. Agree that the focusing on economic performance is good. There's obviously multiple stressors that are impacting our prices and our markets. Did want to note that conservation performance is still important, though. It's good to know this, not only for its own sake, but in terms of how these different outcomes are interrelated. And so it's important to keep on that thread as well. From the report yesterday, one thing I took away from that is that the costs are proportionally higher to catcher vessels when you're looking at revenue. And thinking about that landscape, about the market, thinking about buyers and processing. What is the processing landscape? Not only the accumulation limits that this is mentioned here in the guidance, but what about things like we have a small number of processors on our coast? How does that influence the overall program performance? And also about things like the role of small scale buyers. I'm thinking about things like harbor markets, community supported fisheries, direct to chef, things like that. I didn't see that mentioned in the outline, but I think it'd be interesting to see some of that in the analysis and how that interrelates with how the program is operating. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Pettinger.
Please, Vice Chair Hassemer, could you scroll down to the very bottom part? On the Intersector allocation review, we do that every biennial process. So is your thoughts is to look at this, and then when we do the final process next time, to basically open that up again. So I'm kind of curious. I understand why you're doing this. The canary issue stands out here. I'll call it what it's called, what it is. So I'm just kind of curious, will we just be duplicious in the what we're planning on laying out here?
Corey Niles.
Yeah, maybe if Lynn could respond, because she spoke to it first, but Brad's just like, we can't call this, canary is a species that obviously would be covered here, but I think there's a discussion that would happen later on and ideas for how that, from the June meeting, of how that'll take place. But yeah, Lynn, could you explain just what you did earlier?
Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, through intersector allocation, through Amendment 21, I think it's Amendment 21, there are a lot of species that are very much laid out. Trawl gets X percentage, non-trawl gets X percentage. We've done some minor tweaks of those through specs, like we've adjusted the widow non-trawl allocation through the specs process. I think this is to take a more holistic look at all of the species in that Amendment 21 list of species. Does the non-trawl sector really need 5% of the petroleum soil allocation? So my thought on what we were doing here would be to maybe do a retrospective look on how they've performed in terms of the trawl and non-trawl allocations and catches, and then see if adjustments could be made. Canary seems to be rising to the top because of the issues we encountered last spec cycle, and because canary impacts each and every sector we deal with. Going back to petroleum sole is not a big target in the Oregon recreational fishery. Canary rockfish is a big target in the Oregon recreational fishery, as well as the trawl fishery and the commercial commercial fixed gear fisheries. So it's just trying to look at that and see, do we need to make adjustments to these formal allocations? Does the formal allocation still work? I think it hopefully helps us speed our specs process through, that we don't have to look at each and every species in the FMP every 2 years. We can just look at the list of species in that list, and yep, all of them are working except this one, and we make that one change, as opposed to every cycle having to look at all of those species. That was my intent. Hopefully that helps with the discussion.
Right, thank you. Caroline, I see your hand up. I just want to make sure we finish up all the answers on this question here. Corey Niles?
Yeah, sorry, I can't see Caroline, but she might be speaking the same issue, but I was going to suggest maybe if Jesse could jump in, but this wouldn't make any decisions like the review, but it would be, the idea was the time, it would be produced about June, which is where you could decide, does the mix between trawl and non-trawl look like it needs action? But Jesse, I didn't want to jump in front of Caroline, but maybe Jesse could speak to it in terms of process.
Yes, let's go to Jesse. It's on this thread, and apologize, Caroline, but we will get to you. Jesse.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I think that a lot of the information that's been said here is correct. I think, being on the GMT when it comes to these biennial specification, trawl, non-trawl allocations, the amount of information, as you well know, is overwhelming when we get to specs. And we don't normally have the time on the GMT members to go and look back about how all these stocks are doing. You're doing a real quick look of attainment. So my hope would be similar to what I've already produced for Amendment 21 stocks is in the document. So to produce those for stocks like Boccaccio, yellow eye, canary, all of our 2-year trawl, non-trawl stocks, so that you have the basic trends that have been happening since Amendment 21 went into place, and understand that, so that we'll have that better holistic look. And then, that it should tee us up really well for if things do pop out of this review, the intersector allocation review, then you could consider changing the values for those allocations for the next cycle.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. No, you were wise to take Jesse's comments first. I was just going to support the what's on the screen here in terms of guidance and echo what and I would agree with Mr. Niles that yes, we've learned a lot over the last 7 to 10 years from this program, and there's a lot of things that we expect maybe to come from the review in terms of both economic performance and conservation performance. But I think the language here also reflects enough flexibility that we may learn some new things from our hearings, and this guidance allows for that, which I think is the important component that we've heard a little flavor of here and there about community stability or instability and other impacts that maybe have developed, especially since the pandemic. And then I'll just echo and say that I think that Jesse said it best here, but I completely support including all of the species in intersector allocation review. I think it does tee us up very nicely for anything that needs further addressing in our biennial specifications process. And it makes sense to look at all of them and so that we're not missing anything. So I also support that as well. And everyone said it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. As I look around here, I very much appreciate Corey Niles putting this in writing for us. We've discussed it. I'm just going to alert Jesse that I'm going to look for a summary because we've had a lot of discussion on this, making clear when we leave here what the public understands it will be. But there was some other discussion, not necessarily Ms. Writings had some ideas, I think offered in the spirit of guidance that should be looked at. So maybe a summary of what we've heard and how that translates into this process and the next steps to help our discussion, unless somebody else has something right now, but it give you a pause to stop and think about it, how far we've gotten. How does that sound? Jesse, are you ready?
I'm going to try my best, Mr. Vice Chair. Noting that I am going to be listening to the YouTube stream probably a few times when I get back. So in terms of the council guidance today, so starting off with the catch share review, you provided guidance on that. We're going to be, thinking the term diagnosis, I think is a good one. So thinking about this, diagnosing how our program is performing, really focusing in on how we're doing with respect to the goals and objectives. We heard some supportive of the recommendations from the GMT and GAP report to look at. And I think we'll be listing out any findings that we have, which I noted as section 4 of the proposed outline, so that we're in a really good spot to tee up the council and its advisory bodies for any recommendations and follow-on actions to occur after the review. For the intersector allocations, we will be expanding that out to include our biennial stocks as well. And I think based on some discussion around the table and wanting to make sure that this is apparent to our non-trawl participants and not just linked in with the trawl catch share review, we'd probably be proposing to separate this out into 2 items when it comes back next June. For hearings, we'll take your feedback on the locations that you provided with the 2 for each state. So Seattle, Westport, Newport, Astoria, and Eureka, and San Luis Obispo or Morro Bay. We'll take a look at those and we'll bring back a more formal proposal in November in which you will also adopt hearing officers. I think the last thing that just wanting to get some confirmation on is if y'all are comfortable with us taking final action tomorrow under our standing COP item on the proposed changes for COP 27, which again are those administrative updates.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. I want to set the COP 27 changes just till later. It's a separate item, and I don't want to shut off discussion on this because it's very important, but just wanted some clarity on what we've discussed. If there's any objections to discussions that have heard here, what we've heard for guidance. So does that sound good to everyone? It's guidance. Look around and make sure the head nods are in the affirmative here to move forward. That looks good. The hearing officer discussion, the hearing locations and officers, come back in November and hear about that. And then is there any disagreement with taking up the COP27 changes tomorrow under our normal council operating procedures agenda item? Rather than going through the 2-meeting process, these are administrative changes. We will just bring that up tomorrow. Sound okay? No. Maggie Summer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And just to put a these are just corrections to the COP that reflect actions already taken by the council that have gone through a process and public comment opportunity, et cetera. That's not new substantive changes.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for that clarification there, why we're moving it to tomorrow. So with that, then I'm going to look again to Jesse and just tell us if there is more you would like to hear, or have we completed our work?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I've heard a lot. I appreciate the flexibility you're giving us, in the written guidance as staff for us to work with our contractors to make this review happen over the next year. And I think you've completed your action for today.
All right, thank you. There's no other comments or discussion. We'll close this agenda item out and pass the gavel back to our chair.
Okay, great work, Vice Chair Hasselmer. It's 10:50. It's probably too late, or probably should take a break now before we go to lunch. And then, so let's take 10 minutes and get ready for a push into lunch, and then we'll see how far we get on I-8. So, okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back. We're starting off in I-8. I'm turning to Todd, I believe, to start. Yeah, get us going.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Or, well, I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Council. So we have I-8 before you, the last of the Groundfish agenda items for this meeting. This is Phase 2, stock definitions and the scoping. So under this agenda item, the Council is scheduled to adopt the scope and the work plan for Phase 2 of the stock definition process. So under this particular phase, the Council is expected to identify and define stocks of the remaining groundfish species in need of conservation and management, revise groundfish stock complexes, and also consider delegation. So these tasks, well, notably the definition part and the stock complexes portion, are necessary to undertake to align the FMP with the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Conservation Act, as well as the national standards. And in general, the overarching scope of Phase 2 is quite large. And the tasks that we're set out to accomplish are very interdependent upon one another. And so in order to do this, we need to complete the whole Phase 2 in a sequence of steps to facilitate an efficient process. And so we have drafted Attachment 1, which describes the required aspects of this action and provide recommendations to accomplish the objectives in a stepwise fashion. We focused specifically on the step to identify and define identify stocks of species in need of conservation and management as the starting point for this particular action, as was referenced back in November of 2023, when we originally provided a schedule of process. And that is what Attachment 1 really focuses upon. We did, however, develop more, refined process schedule, which is Attachment 2. And I will not completely read the entire situation summary, as most of what is in there will be covered either by Ms. Kent or by myself in our PowerPoints. Looking into your briefing book materials, you have several NIMS reports. In fact, you have 3 NIMS reports. Those were primarily there for the SSC to review. You have Ms. Kent's PowerPoint presentation and my presentation as well. And then you have reports from the SSC, which refer specifically back to the NIPS reports, which speak to the methodologies that are under consideration for this particular action. Then you also have the GAP and the GMT reports. With that, Mr. Chair, I would say I can take any questions. Otherwise, we can move directly to Ms. Kent's presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on the overview? Okay. With that, Keely Kent.
Thank you. And I see my presentation on the screen. For the record, I'm Keely Kent. I'm the Groundfish Branch Chief in the West Coast region. I'll be presenting the PowerPoint that we put together that we intend to be helpful in laying out the considerations the council and the public should keep in mind in terms of the legal and policy framework that will help us through our phase 2 stock and stock complex definition process. Next slide, please. So this first slide is grounding us back in what is our intent. Recollect that we are working on a process to determine the stocks in need of federal conservation and management. We have a couple of definitions on this slide just to remind folks of where there is guidance. There is the definition of a stock from the MSA and the definition of a fishery from the MSA. I'll note that while both provide some guidance, there's certainly some leeway in those definitions that we will that will play into how we approach this. And then finally, on this slide, we have an excerpt from the regulations that implement the MSA, which notes that any stocks that are predominantly caught in federal waters and are overfished or subject to overfishing or likely to become overfished or subject to overfishing are considered to require conservation and management. So really we wanted to make sure we're grounding people back in what does the MSA tell us, what do the national standards tell us that we need to be clear upfront that will help us in guiding forward. Next slide, please. So this slide laying out our the agency's interpretation of the next steps, and I'll say my belief is that we are in lockstep with council staff on what a logical flow of decision making is. Like Todd mentioned, there are a lot of issues at play in phase 2, and I think it's really important for us to try to lay out a clear path. And I do see that there is a decision-making order to approach, and so that's how we've organized our thoughts. And that's how I'll organize laying out this policy and legal framework. The first step that we need to address is looking at all of our stocks in need of conservation and management and making more or less a yes and no decision on each of those. That will bring in things like the population structure of species. So whether it is a single coast-wide stock or whether there are multiple stocks for that species in our area. That brings in questions of location of fishing activity, and that plays into how we utilize our jurisdiction in making these decisions. And that also brings in whether or not stocks should be in the fishery or whether they should be ecosystem component species. All of these things are wrapped up together and we think need to be taken together as a consideration as the first thing the council addresses in this process. Once we have made it through all of those decisions and plausibly you have a list of stocks that you've decided are in need of conservation and management, possibly a list of stocks that are not, that would be the point at which you move into considerations of stock complex management. We will go through that process, make our determinations there, end up with a complete list of stocks that are individually managed in the FMP and stocks that are managed within complexes. And then from there, we would move into considerations of whether or not our management process would be improved by delegating certain management tasks to the states. So that is the flow. That's how I've organized my presentation. And I think it'll be really important for the council to think through that logical stepwise decision-making to help us move through all of these issues. Next slide, please. So I'll focus on the first one. Yep, thank you. So thinking about how we determine whether stocks are in need of conservation and management, as a reminder, the council must prepare an FMP for each fishery under its authority that requires conservation and management. So relative to that clause under its authority, that is one of the reasons why we are focused on understanding where fishing activity occurs. And that will play into the overall decision about conservation and management. They are not separate decisions, but are all baked in together about how we think through this question. Next slide, please. We wanted to include a quick slide on jurisdiction, which is something we've talked about more in the past couple of years. As a reminder, your authority is my authority, which is over fishing activity occurring in the EEZ. The FMP and the 50 CFR 660 regulations only apply to fishing activity in the EEZ. The states of Washington, Oregon, and California have authority over fishing activity in their state waters, generally 0 to 3 nautical miles. I think most folks know, but worth pointing out that there are areas of the coast, particularly off of California around Monterey Bay, where it is not 3 nautical miles. There are some interesting little caveats to that rule related to the size of bays. And so just noting that that is, when we refer to that, that's the legal line, but there are places where it isn't actually 3 nautical miles. Next slide, please. This flow chart is something that was produced as part of the National Standard 1 guideline revision rulemaking that occurred in 2016. So at that time, there was some good discussion across the nation about how to think through this question of whether a fish stock requires conservation and management. I think of this flow chart as a recommendation for us to consider. I don't view it as something we are bound by, but if it helps organize your thoughts and how we think through the different pieces, then that was why I included it here in this slide. But again, it lays out that there are some binary choices as we go through this, but there will be a lot of opportunity for the council to make some determinations, particularly when you look at the box that says based on the 10 guideline factors and any other relevant factors, for the council to consider the bounds around which you would like to put for your policy decision. And so you will have some lenience and leeway in terms of how you think through these questions, but we'll seek to support you in how to guide through that decision making. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. We will come back to this list a fair amount throughout this process, so I wanted to include it on the slide. So these are the 10 guideline factors. They are considered non-exhaustive. This is the guidance that was developed again in that 2016 revision to the National Standard 1 guidelines, trying to give the councils more information about what you could consider when you think about whether a stock is in need of conservation and management. If you read these factors, some of them are certainly broad and general. And what we expect to do as we move through this process is to determine which of the factors that we think are most important for some of these determinations. It could be different for different species, but it gives you some guideposts to consider as we figure out how to move forward through this. Next slide, please. So we've talked through what would we want to consider as we're thinking about the affirmative decision of a stock in need of conservation and management. But then the logical next thought is, well, what about a stock that may not be in need of conservation and management? This is a PowerPoint that I've now given a number of times. And so I want to spend just a moment on this slide. I understand that this may be a bit confusing, and so I want to make sure it's very clear. When we are thinking about stocks not in need of conservation and management, that is a decision that needs to be made in conjunction with thinking about where the fishery occurs. So while this slide, I believe, has perhaps confused a few folks, we want to be really clear that all of these factors, such as predominance where that fishing occurs relative to our jurisdiction, they can't be taken in isolation. We need to consider holistically all of these 10 factors, which includes the consideration of predominance under the guise of whether or not it needs conservation and management. They can't be separate decisions through this process. But if you move through that decision making and you determine that there are some species in our FMP right now that are not in need of conservation and management, again, that could be you've made that decision also influenced by that fishery not occurring in federal waters, you could make a decision to remove that species from the FMP. There is also another pathway for a species that you determine is not in need of conservation and management, and you could choose to reclassify that as an ecosystem component species. And really the goal of this slide was just to highlight that there are different outcomes that you can explore as you go through this process, but it is the same test, right? It's the same test of whether a species or a stock is in need of conservation and management. So we'll come back to that how important it will be to set up that framework that you think would be appropriate to move through your decision making. Next slide, please. I think this is an appropriate time then to think through and make sure everyone is clear on questions about fishing activity that occurs in state waters and federal waters for the same stock. How should we be approaching that? And that's really a transboundary management situation. I know we often think about transboundary management relative to other countries' EEZs, but I think that term is appropriate here. When there is fishing for a species that is in our FMP that occurs in state waters, that falls under the jurisdiction of the states because the FMP is not applying to that fishing activity in state waters. And so what the MSA and the national standards envision is coordinated management across that line between the state and the federal entities in their respective jurisdictions. So this is something that I think we need to think about and work on a bit more as we proceed through phase 2. But the way that is done in other regions and councils is that catch of that transboundary species that occurs in state waters is accounted for off the top from the federal ACL, because the federal ACL is representative of the fishing pressure for that stock that is appropriate. It cannot apply legally in state waters. And so we are looking to make sure that we're coordinating with the state, but we do need to think about that mortality separately. So that's something that we want to work through as we work on phase 2 stock definitions. Next slide, please. Also important at this stage is to note that we want to be thinking about what happens in the future if things change. And really there is always an existing on-ramp and it will be helpful for the council to think whether you want to lay out more specificity as to that timing of that on-ramp. But in the future, after phase 2, after you've made your decisions about stocks in need of conservation and management, for example, if we were to remove a stock from the FMP, in the future, if there's new information that suggests a shift, if that stock shifts into federal waters, if fishing pressure changes, it becomes a targeted stock, something like that, the council can always reevaluate the question of whether that stock is in need of conservation and management. This also is the same on-ramp that we would use for changes to stock structure or changes to a range of a stock because of climate change. So this is something that I think is just important to note out there. That while we are seeking to make decisions under phase 2 with the best information we have, there's always the possibility of future change, and you may revisit your stocks in need of conservation in the FMP in the future, and that's the on-ramp back in if we decide that we need to make a different decision. Next slide, please. I will pause before I move into the stock complexes considerations. I'll just note the next 2 are much shorter, but there is a lot in that first bullet, and I maybe will pause to see if there's questions at this point.
For some reason, I was thinking Vice Chair Hasmer is still. Mark Greldick.
Thank you very much, Chair Penninger, and thanks for the presentation so far, Keely. I have a question. You when you were on slide number 9, you indicated that predominance was part of the 10 guideline factors, which you've put on page 8. I must confess, I don't see that on page 8.
Yep, thanks for the question. That word predominance is not on there, but under factor 2, that's where we see it coming in. So in how we're thinking about the fishery for our purposes is what occurs in federal waters. So by examining how much fishing activity occurs for a particular species in federal waters versus state waters, that's going to tell us what the fishery may be for the council purposes. And if that is a very small amount of a stock's of the overall fishing activity for a stock, that's how we would bring that information into consideration.
Thank you, Mark. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And I've asked Ms. Kent this question before, and I suspect I'm going to get the same answer. Is there a metric to predominantly? I know by the Webster definition, it's more than half. So when we're thinking of predominantly in federal waters, but not in, does that mean 50.1%? Does that mean 75%, 90%? I think that's going to be a key point in what that metric is as we move along. And maybe now's not the time to answer that, but it's a question that's been looming as we've been thinking about this for the last couple of years.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. There is not a definition in terms of a number in either the MSA or the national standards. There is a basic, I'll call it a dictionary definition of predominance in the national standard regulatory definitions. It is exactly what you think it would be. Other councils, when they've dealt with similar actions, have chosen a pathway where they set a threshold for predominance. The Western Pacific Council undertook a similar action, and I believe they selected 51%. I think the council has leeway in how they think about predominance. I don't think that you have to set a threshold. I don't think you're bound by the threshold selected for other councils. It is very stock specific, all of this. But that would be a consideration for you as you approach whether or not that is a pathway that you want to take or how you want to think about predominance for our stocks.
Thank you, Lynn. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Keely. Similar question on the topic of predominance. Slide 2, 50 CFR 600.305C1, any stocks that are predominantly caught in federal waters and are overfished or subject to overfishing. I know we've had a lot of discussion about that word and I still am struggling to understand if that is the first and primary question that is to be answered, how that reconciles with the flow chart on page 7, where at the top you're making a decision about conservation and management that appears to also incorporate the question of predominance in this flow chart, but it falls further down below. So I'm just still not quite clear on where or how NIMS headquarters determined that really we're supposed to be proceeding along a path that suggests that the language really says or instead of and. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Uremko. It's a good question. Where I would start first, though, is I would say, this flow chart, I think, is intended as a guide, right? We'll come back to the language in the regulations is more binding than a flow chart published in the preamble or associated documents to a rule. What I view the flow chart as intending to do is it shows a pathway where if you have a sense of whether a stock is overfished, subject to overfishing, or likely to be, and it's predominantly caught in federal waters, there's sort of this quicker pathway that you could go down. That's what you see in the flow chart. On the right-hand side of that flow chart, you see several more opportunities for in-depth analyses, right? So if you have questions about the likelihood of overfishing or overfished, if you have questions on the predominance of the catch, or, they say no, but that's what I'm leading you toward. That's when you're really getting into your 10-factor guidelines, is when there is not a clear answer to, yes, this is a stock in need of conservation and management. That's how I view the flow chart. As we get going through this, it is clear in those regulations that it is an and, but we're going to have to figure out how to layer these different decision points. And I don't know that I have a clear answer for you right now. I think we will have to start getting into the specifics of particular species and groupings, what that record will be for those to be able to evaluate how to weigh different pieces of information. I realize that's an unsatisfactory answer. So much of this is going to be building a record for our individual species, and we'll And we'll figure it out as we go along, how to apply some of this guidance that really gives the council a fair amount of leeway.
Thank you, Keely. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Keely, for that answer. Different and new question pertaining to species that are currently in our FMP. I obviously we need to go through this process to address those species in the groundfish FMP that we have today. But it's pretty clear that this exercise is kind of limited to those species at this time. And that these species, in some cases, were incorporated into the FMP originally, just by way of random history and random decision-making by people sitting around a table. But I'm just curious if NIMS has done some thinking about how this same process would apply to species that are currently not in our FMP that are predominantly taken in federal waters and fisheries. Of course, NIMS would consult with the states before making any sort of decision about whether to incorporate new species into an FMP or create a new FMP for species that are not currently managed under a federal FMP. But it just strikes me that we're going through kind of very different treatment of analysis here for stocks currently in an FMP versus those that are not. So I was just wondering if there was thought given to that. And I guess, just to use an example, say of hagfish. I think you mentioned the on-ramp that might be possible. But it's curious to me that we aren't starting from the same point for species that are outside the FMP than we are for those within. So anyway, I'm just wondering if there was any additional thought given to that, those concepts as the development of the materials for this item has come together.
Thank you. There has been thought given to how did we end up here? And I think you're right. I have not gone back to the very original amendment to the FMP, but my understanding is over time, species were added to the FMP without this affirmative process by the council, and that should not have happened. And now we have to backtrack and evaluate, even though for many of these, you never made the decision that this is a stock in need of conservation. That is important for the record. You did not go through that process. And we will evaluate these species. We're saying they're not stocks, they're species managed in the FMP. We're in a challenging position to try to reevaluate where we are. But in generating the decision framework that you all want to use to evaluate what we already have on the table, I think that will set us up really well for evaluating other stocks or other fisheries, right? So the question that you're exactly asking, if we go through this process and as a council, we decide, here's how we think we should approach groundfish stocks in need of conservation and management, making that evaluating what we have on the table, we will get through that. And then that opens up a clear pathway to the decision making that you may want to use for things that are outside of the FMP. So I think that you have that possibility, right? And so we're going to build a way in which we want to approach these decisions. I would say then that you could use that in future instances of things that might be appropriate for the groundfish FMP to use that to evaluate a future decision there.
Thank you, Marcy. Keely, thank you. All right. Any other questions for Keely at this point? Okay. All good.
Okay, keep rolling. So the next part of the decision making. So again, assuming we've made all of our decisions under the bullet 1 is moving into consideration of stock complexes. Next slide, please. Stock complex management. We've had a few conversations about this over the last couple of specifications bienniums. Stock complexes are certainly a management tool that the council can choose to use. The basis of stock complexes is supposed to be that stocks that can't be independently targeted, if they have insufficient data to measure stock status, or if they're cryptic species, that they could be managed together in a stock complex. One of the things that will, again, come back to the National Standard 1 guideline revisions is there was a lot of documentation in that rulemaking thinking about how to better manage stock complexes across the nation. And one of the ideas that came forward at that time was the use of indicator stocks and the potential management tool of having an assessed stock stay in a stock complex and using that to help better manage the remaining stocks that we may not know as much about that are in the complex. So that is an idea that we are hoping the council will explore as part of phase 2. It doesn't necessarily have to be the only pathway, but we think it could be a good tool in the toolkit for stock complexes. Next slide, please. As we think about what to do with this stock complex piece of phase 2, what we will really be looking for is a reevaluation of our existing stock complexes and determination of whether they are the appropriate groupings or whether we could make more appropriate groupings. The factors that we would consider for whether it's appropriate grouping is having stocks that have similar geographic distribution, similar life history characteristics, and similar vulnerabilities. So this is something that we have talked about in the last couple of bienniums. We do not think that our stock complexes currently are meeting these needs, that we have such a broad mix of stocks in many of our complexes that we are not appropriately managing the fishing mortality for some of those, particularly the ones that we have assessed, and we have a pretty good sense of what level of fishing mortality could be appropriate for that stock. So this is a piece thinking about the vulnerabilities of many of our stocks that we'll really want to look at and think through how could we better manage stocks and complexes going forward. Next slide, please. This is just a quick definition for the indicator stocks. Again, this is a National Standard 1 guideline concept, but the indicator stock is one in the complex with a measurable and objective status determination criteria. And it should be representative of typical vulnerabilities of stocks in the complex. There can be more than one indicator stock for a complex if that were determined to be appropriate. And certainly there would be a lot of details that we would want to iron out about what that looks like for status determination criteria for our complexes if we went down that road. Next slide, please. That was it on stock complexes. I'll pause real quick before moving into delegation if there's questions.
Okay, questions for Keely? You're doing great.
Next slide, please. So the third topic that we would like the council to consider as part of phase 2 is delegation. So I've included the excerpt from the Magnuson-Stevens Act about delegation, which is explicitly allowing a state to regulate in the EEZ under the umbrella of a fishery management plan. There is a voting majority requirement for delegation. So, it is really specific that the state needs to agree to take on delegation for the council to be able to move in that direction. The way that the delegation provision is set up, there is supposed to be a checkpoint of making sure that the state is regulating consistent with the FMP and the MSA, and that if there are any issues, if state regulation is inconsistent, that there's an opportunity for review, corrective action, and potentially revoking the delegation. There are a lot of examples of delegation around the nation that we can look at in terms of the way that other councils approach that. Oftentimes what we see is a list of management measures that are split between the state and the feds, and making it really clear in terms of roles and responsibilities seems to be a really effective way to do this if we would like. Finally, before I move off this slide, I would just note one of the reasons we would like the council to consider delegation is that we think it allows efficient transboundary management because it allows the state to manage the stock throughout its range in light of the fact that NIMS generally cannot reach into state waters unless we undertake the very formal and strict preemption clause of the MSA. That would be one of the reasons we think it's applicable as part of our phase 2 process, but we really think it is the last step in this overall phase 2 plan. Next slide, please. This is an example from the Alaska King and Tanner Crab FMP. So the FMP is laying out the very clear roles and responsibilities for different management measures and decision points, what is held by the council and NIMS and what is delegated to the state. Next slide, please. So this is our roadmap of where we go forward. And obviously you will hear a lot more from Mr. Phillips about the details, but just noting that we think through the pieces of information that we think would be helpful in terms of the first bullet of stocks in need of conservation and management. This is where we're bringing forward information on fishery activity, stock structure, and then consideration of those 10 guideline factors. This would also be if there are other factors that you all wanted to bring to the table where we could identify that. Then under the reconsideration of stock complex composition, that would be the appropriate place for the productivity and susceptibility analysis to be refreshed and brought back forward. And then under the consideration of delegation framework, that would be where we're going to lay out potential management tasks that may be appropriate to delegate to the states. And I do want to state at this point too that when and if we get to the point of discussing delegation, we certainly would be considering that on a state-by-state basis. And there is the opportunity to tailor that differently across the 3 states. And that's something that obviously will need a lot of state engagement at that point. Next slide, please. That is my presentation. I'm happy to take other questions.
Okay, questions for Keely on her presentation? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Ms. Kent. On the slide where you showed the Alaska crab example, the category 2 piece where it says framework in the FMP, I note that it says that in this case, the guideline harvest levels. For those who aren't familiar with Alaska crab fisheries, that's the amount that they can catch. And having, in a previous iteration of my career, having set those levels, I know that required the state of Alaska to do stock assessment survey work and then do the modeling to determine how much the guideline harvest level. If we were to do something similar to, say, black rockfish, would the state of Oregon then be on the hook for doing the black rockfish survey, doing the black rockfish assessment? Or would that still operate similarly to how we've been doing it, where kind of jointly we work on the assessment, just trying to get a better understanding of what the onus is going to be on the state agencies if we do delegation, and just pulling that out as an easy example. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. I'll answer your question without getting into specifics of crab because it's been too long since I was there to feel like I could get the details right. In delegation, there are a lot of opportunities for tailoring. The way that I have thought about it, which we can explore whether this is really the boundary or whether it could go further up, but the way that I have thought about it is that it's a possibility because you're still under an FMP, that there would be a federal stock assessment, that the council would set those harvest specifications, and then that provides the number, the ACL that the state would then manage to. That would be an appropriate structure for delegation. That's not necessarily the only way that you could do that. But since that was your question, I think that has a possibility to keep things sort of under the umbrella of delegation, and then management measures could be delegated to the state from there.
Appreciate that additional explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Keely. With that, we'll go to Todd Phillips and his presentation, and then we'll probably break after that. So if we go a little long, we want to make sure we get that all done. And so we can be thinking about that over the lunchtime. So Todd?
Thank you. All righty. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My presentation really hinges off of what Ms. Kent brought forward. Hers was very detailed, very much the substance, whereas mine is going to focus mostly on the process that we're envisioning. It's largely a summarized vision or view, rather, of what we provide in attachment 1. Excuse me. And I noted that in my overview, I neglected to provide any discussion about our objective here and our action. I'm having problems with my. There we go. So this is the action before the council. So this is the action that we're going to be doing. I'll just leave a slide alone. Thank you. To adopt the scope and work plan, provide guidance on. Apologies. So we're going to be adopting a purpose and need statement. We will be adopting a scope for phase 2. We will adopt a work plan in consideration of the scope and then provide guidance to facilitate the analysis as appropriate. And that is what's shown on your screen. I'll put this up at the very end, but this is the overall function of this particular action. Yeah. So like all good actions, we have to start with a little background of past and present and where we are. So we did phase 1, as many on the council will recall, which resulted in Amendment 31. And under Amendment 31, what we were really looking at were the priority species, those species that were assessed in 2023 and those that were assessed in 2021. And that ultimately resulted in defining 20 stocks of those 14 groundfish species. We also provided an on-ramp for the ability to let the council, I guess, change definitions or add new information. And that was done through the COP9 process. And that is what we're using currently for the stock definitions for 2025 and 2027 species that you just took action on. And in those particular instances, those are the species that the assessors needed to make sure that they're providing its harvest specifications at the same scale at which the council wished to view them at. And this morning, just in general, you adopted PPA for 6 species, and we are moving forward for FPA in November. So under phase 2, the council has to, and this is a must, the council needs to identify and define stocks of species in need of federal conservation and management, and then revise stock complexes to align with the MSA and S1, which is consistent with what Ms. Kent brought to you. The council could consider delegation. And as I'll move forward through this presentation, you'll see that particularly we have arranged the action in our mind, or the steps within this action, to align with this particular outline where we're identifying, then we're revising the groundfish stock complexes, and then considering delegation. So under the purpose and need, the council is generally, for the last 2 actions, has generally adopted a very similar purpose and need. So for Amendment 31, as well as the current process, which is to define stocks of species to be assessed in 25 and 27, the purpose and need is very similar. And what I've done for you is to provide similar draft language in the Agenda 1 or Attachment 1. And that is our hope that you can review that and provide guidance, if not adopt it. And the goal of the action, again, is really to align the FMP with the MSA and the national standards. And we do note that at least one FMP amendment is necessary. And in general, I know the council has had some concerns about FMP amendments in the past, but again, I want to comfort you that is a normal process of business, and it was not an onerous process. So what are we looking at? So much like the old adage of how do you eat an elephant, when we looked at this overall parts or the overall needs of phase two, we came to the conclusion that there are three basic steps. The first step is to identify and find stocks in need of conservation management. The second step is to reconsider and revise stock complexes as appropriate. And finally, the third step is to consider delegation of management. Now, I'll note it may seem relatively simple in this particular diagram, but overall, each one of these has its own set of complexities and considerations that will need to go into heavy detail. So what are we envisioning in these steps? So under step one, it's to identify and define stocks in need of federal conservation and management, and then for those particular species that do not fit under that particular criteria, the council would have the opportunity to either define them as ecosystem component species, which I have denoted here as ECS, or potentially consider or opt to remove them from the FMP. The second step is the stock complexes, and the stock complexes step is reliant on step one because we understand that throughout step one, we could remove species. We could redefine species as in different means than they are currently viewed. And so we want to be able to make sure we have a set list of stocks and understand where their delineations are before we move directly into the stock complexes. So under that, of course, the stock complexes, we would start to evaluate them for the compliance with the MSA and the national standards. And that would be, as Ms. Kent referred to, looking at a variety of different elements, including what is known as productivity and susceptibility analysis, as well as biological issues, and likely other socioeconomic issues as well. And I want to reiterate that the structure of the complexes that we have at present may change based on the step one outcomes. So again, I'm trying to draw attention to that. Step one is really that foundational aspect of what we're doing here. And then finally, in delegation, the council could delegate aspects of management to the states. And this is not a mandatory item. However, the council has indicated their interest to this in the past, most recently in about 2014. And so we are under the impression that this could interest the council. Okay. So what we're focusing on, our staff has requested the council focus on, is just step one at this point. And that follows the same trajectory that was provided in the process schedule in November of 2023, as well as the schedule that's provided under this briefing book. So if we look at step one, this is the very high-level schematic. The first thing we need to do is identify those species in need of conservation and management. So so if you remember Ms. Kent's flow chart for our National Standard 1 guidelines, this is kind of where we would start to look at, what the components are of these species that are in need of conservation management. And what things that we need to look at, of course, are, is it overfished or undergoing overfishing or likely to be? And where's the predominance of catch? And then finally, we have these factors at 600, 305C1. Those 10 factors really can indicate if a species does not meet the first two criteria, what happens then? And while these all may seem in isolation of one another, they're very much combined under one particular thought process. And then once we've completed that part of step one, the council will have the ability to define those stocks that are in need of conservation management. And that's through the Amendment 31 process that the council has already decided and is used for Amendment 31, obviously, as well as the current process to identify those stocks of those species that are being assessed for 2025 and 2027. The second part, of course, is, what do you do with those species that do not meet the criteria here to your left of your screen? And that's where the council would consider removing them from the FNP or identifying them as ecosystem component species. And I want to stress that this is a very simplified schematic, but it captures the overall points that we're trying to make. So, and with that, my high-level overview here is to leave you with the action that is before you. And I'm happy to answer any questions and not stumble too much like I did during my presentation.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? Oh, Lynn Mattis.
Well, thank you, Chair. And maybe this should have been a question for Ms. Kent, but I'll pose it now. If we remove a species from the FMP, is that like federally it no longer exists? It's just like it never was there, and therefore we as a council family don't have to pay attention to it anymore. If it's something that say is predominantly in state waters, it would be up to the state to make decisions on what to do. Just a little more clarification on what removed from the FMP actually entails. Thank you.
Keely?
Thank you. It's a great question, and I apologize that I didn't include it in my presentation. Removal from the FMP removes all federal management requirements. So it would no longer be subject to a federal stock assessment or federal harvest specifications. We would remove any management measures. We would remove any identification of essential fish habitat. All of the tethers go away for that particular species. I think it should be clear, though, that removal from the FMP does not force the state to manage that. So it is not a handoff. And I think that is important when we think about how we evaluate that. Whether or not that species then would be managed by the state would be whatever the state's laws and policies say. And it is sort of a separate consideration. And it isn't something that we think the council should focus on, but I agree it's an important thing for the council family to understand the implication of that.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? Okay. Well, we're getting close to lunch hour, so it's good timing. Maybe you might want to come back to Todd, maybe for any more questions after people think about this, just to before we start off to the SSC report. So with that, I think I probably should announce that we're probably going to get ready for fiscal after we get done with this, and we get done in a timely manner. That's my understanding. So Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I hear you saying is we'll go to lunch and then come back for associated reports and then action on this. We are prepared, it appears, to take up fiscal matters. I would invite any of you that have concerns about that to let me know, and we can continue to hold off. But on our end, we're ready to take up fiscal matters later this afternoon. So that would be the balance of our afternoon after lunch.
Okay, very good. Let's get back here at say 1:10. Give a little more time. So we're just we're plenty ahead of schedule here, so not too confined. So okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody had a great lunch. All right. So with that, I mentioned about the city questions we might have for Todd after you thought about the presentations, or Keely for that matter. So before we get into council discussion, not seeing any. Okay. All right. So if I remember right, we're going to the SSC report and Dr. Jason Schaffner. Jason, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pittenger and members of the council. I am Jason Schaffner, and I will be reading agenda item I-8A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Phase 2 Stock Definitions Scoping. For the scientific literature review, the Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the following report.